Jerome Cousin is here for Europcar. Lobato also in the break. That's Juan Jose from Euskaltel. You'd expect these teams that perhaps aren't thinking about the long game to have sent men up the road. That's exactly what they've done. Lars Bohm is here as well. So your first look at the new Belkin livery. It was, of course, Blanco, formerly Rabobank. Well, he's here as well. So is Juan Antonio Fletcher, so keeping it for the old boys as well. The Vacances Soleil rider. It's written for just about everybody. In fact, formerly Rabobank, of course, indeed Sky very briefly. And Lemoine is also up the road. Cyril Lemoine for Soya-Sun. Sean, if you're going to get on the screen early today on a day that's likely to be dominated by some of the larger teams that we're more familiar with, then this is the moment to do it.
Yes, well, different teams, different tactics, and the teams and riders we have in the breakaway here are 5 men. When you look down through the start list of those teams, they don't really have the big sprinters in their teams, and the reason being, they send men out the road, and the breakaway, as you said, Carlton, it got away very easily. I was surprised to see it, just get away so easily. Normally in the start of a tour, there's so many teams want to be in the breakaway that there's many attacks. In the first 50 kilometres, it can be just attack after attack before the break managed to pull away. Today it was not the case. They just got away very, very quickly in the first couple of attacks. They were up the road, and as we can see, the advantage at the moment, 2:59. 3 minutes, and on the front of the bunch they're just rolling along. But it's a good situation for Omega Pharma Quickstep. We can see here they're just starting to set the pace in the moment, but also for the general classification men, they would like this style of race now. Leave the breakaway, get away, then the sprinters teams will start controlling. So it takes a lot of nervousness out of the race here. If you have attack after attack, it becomes very dangerous, and if they have to race 50-60 kilometres to get a breakaway, then it gets very, very dangerous, and everybody is nervous. So this is a good situation for sprinters teams and also for the general classification then.
Well, we've been talking about how it's just getting your head together on an event such as this. A lot of nervousness within the pack. They all want to have their place in history, of course, and well, if you want that, look no further than Mark Cavendish. 23 wins to his name so far. 34, so he's 11 shy of the great Eddie Merckx. Well, we'll see how he goes. Mark Cavendish certainly expected to be amongst the those top finishers today. He's got his work cut out, however, Mark. Natural favourite for the day, but well, you don't have to look far to see some other very, very quick men out there. Adric Greipel, Peter Sagan maybe, Marcel Kittel, and maybe Matt Goss as well for Orica Greenedge, we'll see. Time to have a brief look at some of the general classification guys, and I think Mike Smith has been listening in.
Yes, we had a little word with Alberto about Corsica, and he was asked about his first impressions of this island, which prior to this he didn't know terribly well. Yeah, it's like being on holiday, he said. I feel as when I got here, I felt as though I'd already finished the tour and I was having a little break on a holiday. But the stages are very interesting. I think one or two of them will be quite dangerous. The roads are, in places, quite narrow. In fact, the first week, never mind the first 3 days, it's always the same. You get a lot of nervousness. You have to be careful to try and avoid the accidents, which we all always seem to get in the first week. You've got to concentrate very, very hard indeed. Have you studied the configuration of these 3 stages very closely? Yes, I have. The first stage is not really one for me, but the next 2 stages are much more hilly, and my team will be working hard to keep me right up there on those 2 stages before we get over to the mainland. I feel very happy with my team here. We've all got a very good relationship. We're all focused on the one thing, which is to try to get me up to the front when we get to the hills. Well, there we are, a little bit of the view of Contador. I don't think we'll see a lot of him today, Carlton, but perhaps tomorrow and the day after, whilst we're still on this lovely island. What do you think?
I'm absolutely with you, Mike. This is Chris Froome. If you're going to get your bad luck out of the way, then get it out of the way early. Chris Froome had a little bit of a nudge, not even yet sure whether he'd actually hit the deck, but the bike certainly needed a little bit of attention. He's not been the only one, though. Felix Gilbert, the world champion, also requiring attention. It seemed the pressure wasn't correct in his rear tyre. Just looking at Lotto Belisol with their golden shoulders, as you saw, be the German champion, André Greipel, who's bound to be a feature at the end. We were just rolling through some of the favourites for the sprint. At the end of today, we'll have plenty more time to do that, but no doubt about it, the outstanding sprinters are Mark Cavendish and André Greipel. Marcel Kittel will probably have something to say about that. Sick last year, and it was almost like when he got sick, Argo Shimano just couldn't think of another strategy. He was gone, and well, indeed, so was their mojo. Well, they've got Kittel and they've got John Degenkolb, who could both feature today. Just looking at the back end of Jérôme Cousin, we saw Tommy Vogler just a few minutes ago before we actually got rolling proper, and of course the man who animates so much. Europcar always love to be at the front of proceedings. They always get their invites, Sean, and I'm not surprised. They're not an automatic inclusion, it seems, but well, if you see the amount of participations they've had, you'd be hard pushed to believe otherwise. They've been amazing.
Yes, well, the French teams, of course, we always hear about the wildcard invitations. They are the favourite teams because of the organisation. And they could do come into the race and try and put up a performance. And I think there's between the organisers, they say, well, you're in the race now, guys. You have to make the race active in the earlier parts. And if there's days when it's not going to be very active, they're the teams who always go in the attack. And when you look at Soja Sun, they have a man in the breakaway here. Surprising that we haven't seen some of the other teams more active, like if Cofidis, for example, AG2R. I thought they would be very much up to the front today and be real careful when the breakaways were going, not to allow a breakaway to slip away without having somebody in it. But again, we can see here on the front of the bunch, it's being controlled very much by the sprinters teams. There's 3 sprinters teams at the front at the moment: Lotto Belisol, Argos and Omega Pharma. They are controlling at the moment, and this 3-minute advantage is being held at that now. As we can see, it went to a little bit over 3 minutes, 2:50 at the moment. That is the cap, I think, and some of the teams probably made a decision in the team briefing this morning. There's no point in going the breakaway because it's going to be controlled by the sprinters teams. Let's wait for a number of days.
Good strategy. Well, we'll be back in just a few moments' time. We're going to take ourselves a commercial break, and then we will go through these escapees for you. Who's your money on for that first Category 4 climb? I think it'd be hard push to look beyond Juan Antonio Fletcher, but Lars Bohm is here as well. We'll have a chat more about them in just a few moments' time. With 198 kilometres to go, it's going to be a quick one today. Back in a moment. Welcome back. It's the opening day of the 100th Tour de France. We are in Corsica, just under 200 kilometres remaining, 196 to be precise, and we have a 5-man break up the road. 2 minutes and 47 is the gap that they hold at the moment, and we suspect it may well be like that for much of today before the sprinters teams decide to animate the day for the run for home on what is almost certain to be a sprint for the line. So you can underscore, of course, the credentials of Mark Cavendish, André Greipel. Don't discount Peter Sagan, although the next couple of days here on Corsica probably going to suit him a little bit more as it gets slightly lumpy. In fact, more than that tomorrow. There's a real kick in the middle of the day, almost looks like a pyramidal profile. But Marcel Kittel, sick last year, he's going to be on good form. And Matt Goss looks nice and relaxed, and when he's relaxed on the outside, he's usually absolutely coiled sprung on the inside. There are some others that may well just get into the mix. Don't discount Edvald Bosenhagen, who might be given his head today, albeit that he's going to be looking after Chris Froome, of course, in the general classification, playing the long game. Daniele Bernati, same deal for Team Saxo Tinkoff. Alberto Contador's quick man within that team. And John Degenkolb. Yeah, there's a whole raft of them, including Roberto Ferrari, who of course beat Mark Cavendish in this year, although that was some time ago, and he hasn't really found those heights ever since. So that looks like a kiss on the arm, and let's hope it's not an injury. I think I recognise that. It's been a long time. Lars Bohm just hoving into sight right now. He's actually on very good form. He runner-up in the Haute Var and took a stage on the Tour of the Mediterranean as well. And of course, Enica Tour winner last season, I think it was, and Tour of Great Britain before that. So yeah, Lars Bohm quality. Juan Antonio Fletcher as well amongst these guys. He's a big hit. It's been a long time since we've seen him with his familiar pulling of firing the arrow celebration at the end. Fletcher was always the man who looked after others. I think notably Oscar Freire with such great success in his Rabobank days, but yeah, he's a great stager, veteran now, but certainly somebody you should fear if you get in a break with him. He and Lars Bohm make it quite a high-quality escape. Lobato from Euskaltel, he's not averse or unfamiliar with success himself. Second on one of the stages of the Bayern Rundfahrt this year, and took a stage on the Castile-Ile-Lyon as well. So yeah, maybe it's his opportunity to shine a little bit brightly for the men in orange. Notably, mostly still Basque country riders. And Jerome Cousin, second in the Étoile de Bessèges, also took a stage, and the young riders jersey there. So just about any break that you get on the Tour de France, there's going to be quality. Cyril Lemoine can't be discounted as well amongst those up front. So, as I was just saying, Sean, when it gets to the Tour de France, there are no also-rans here. They're all stars in their own right. They've had to fight for a place to be here, and you naturally get quality to the fore.
Yes, well, places on the team for the Tour of France are very costly, and you have to be showing good performance leading up to that. Of course, experience, and past performances do come into the decision-making of the team director sportif. But you, first of all, you have to see the showing form in the recent weeks. And of course, when you put all that together with 198 riders, 22 teams, that equals a very high-quality field. Athletes at their best, in their best condition, and it's going to be a very, very aggressive racing. And we have seen in the past in the Tour of France where it just so aggressive in the earlier stages. Today not as aggressive maybe would have been expecting, but the breakaway is pushing on here, and the important one is it's being controlled very well by the teams, and it's not by one team. We did see in the past where Mark Cavendish's team were left to do a lot of work, because we know Cavendish's quality when he gets to the finish. He's so difficult to beat. He's the big favourite when you take him into that final 200 metres in the front end of the peloton. But it seemed to be that the other teams are very much interested. We can see Lotto Belisol very much up there in the front of the bunch. Also Argos Shimano have men up there, and that is going to be a difficult one for the break to pull out any big advantage, with a possibility going on to contest for stage victory today.
It is absolutely beautiful here. It's kind of like a little country all on its own. It's like the best of France all crammed into one little island. They have mountains, all right, not alpine, but they've got beautiful coves and beaches, as you've seen. They have islands. This is a citadel, the Ville Haute, the high town. And yes, I think it was created by Pope Boniface. Apparently he was quite good looking. There you go. But absolutely glorious, and it is a fantastic day to be out and cycling. The breeze is starting to pick up as we have a number of weather systems, which is the characteristic of this island. They kind of blow over and provide rain on occasion on the high ground when it can be baking sunshine at the coast. So it's kind of hard to call really exactly how the weather will pan out. A little spit of rain overnight, but as you can see, the roads are absolutely impeccable as well. We were most impressed by the road surfaces this morning as we were heading towards the finish line. And there is the flag of the island. Pretty similar, in fact. It's the same Moorish design that blesses Sardinia. They have the Cross of St. George, of course, and 4 representations of what looks like an African visage, I must say, with the headband. The headband, incidentally, used to be over the eyes, and it was moved up in the 1700s. And I think it might have even been King Theodore I. They only had one king on Corsica, and he lasted for 7 months, and then they decided that was a pretty bad idea, and so off he went to exile in Italy at a quiet time of things. So who's going to be the king today? Well, it's going to be one of the sprinters, that's for sure. And Sean, it's possibly worth now, as we're easing along, just going through some of the teams. Omega Pharma, Quick Step to the fore here, and of course they're working for Mark Cavendish.
Yes, of course, for Omega Pharma, that's what they're here for. They have got a team that's going to look after Cavendish 100%. And, when you look down at the 9 riders here, they're all with that role to look after Cavendish, get him to the sprint in the best conditions possible, and prepare the sprint, as we have seen of recent in the Tour of Italy. They were, getting it... the sprint train, they were getting together very well in the Tour of Italy. Interesting to see here, will they be able to do something the same in the Tour of France, as we have mentioned some moments ago. The teams and riders, it's a little bit of maybe a higher standard again, but I think Omega Pharma Quick Step, will be able to do the job when it comes down to the final. But there's many others here. When you look at, Argus Shimano, they have got Degenkolb and Kittel. It'll be interesting to see who will be, the man. It should be Kittel, you would expect. But again, Degenkolb, he's a very good, finisher. Maybe not as good on these flat runs. He's a bit more when it's a little bit of an undulating terrain. And then you have, a host of other great sprinters. We see, Goss, we have Boy Van Poppel, Rojas, Dumoulin, who will be getting involved there, Alexander Christoph from Katusha. There's also Lampre Merida, Roberto Ferrari. It'll be interesting to see if he can, just get up there and be in the action in the final. In Tour of Italy, he was very disappointing, wasn't in good shape, but if he's in better shape, he will be, hoping to be up there. And Française de Joux, they have Bohami, which is very good, and Greipel, Sagan, those are the big ones, and I think they're the ones we'll be expected to take over stage.
Welcome back. 5 riders up the road, and the crowd still making themselves felt here. They're lining much of the early route, and of course they'll be packing in at the end too. We have 5 riders up the road, 2 minutes and 12 seconds clear at the moment. That lead just being trimmed ever so slightly, and we're just heading into this rather undulating pattern. As you can see, we've got a loop to deal with at first before we head north after our categorized climb today, which is going to be coming at 45 kilometers in to today's race. So that will be at 167.5 to go. So they're rapidly approaching that. These next 20 kilometers are going to be dispatched with fairly swiftly. Just reminding myself that Juan Antonio Fletcher actually won a stage of the Tour de France back in 2003. He was 25 years of age now 35, and by no means the oldest out there. I can tell you, Jensi is here, Jens Vogt, who is 41 years of age. So, yes, warming the hearts of the older gentlemen, which is what we need. 2 minutes and 15, our young lady, I forget her name, but I'll find out for you a little bit later on. She is from Brittany, and got the nod after writing a letter saying, I'd really like to be the person who does the chalkboard. And as nobody else has applied for the job, they gave it to her, which is rather nice. So, 5 riders up the road. Now, throughout this 100th Tour de France, we will be running special features, as the special features of Mark Cavendish just grace our screens ever so momentarily. Yes, so we're going to be dropping in and essentially just looking back over what has been, well, the world's premier sporting event, depending on who you talk to. So we'll take a look at one of those reports in the hands of Mike Smith.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Carlton. Back with you very soon. Yes, we have some special features in this year's tour because it's the 100th, and we've been asking riders what they feel about this particularly significant milestone in the history of this Tour de France.
It's going to be an edition that all the big names want to come out and try and win.
It has so much history. It's gone through generation after generation, and It's an honor to take part in the 100th.
In history, it'll be written bold. It'll have very, very great importance. I believe the Tour's very well designed this year. A great champion will win the Tour this year.
It's the first time the Tour's started in Corsica.
Up to Wes 2 times. The arrival on the Champs-Élysées in the evening.
Everything's been done to make the show magical. It'll mean a lot for the winner. The 100th, without question, is something very special. For me, the Tour's the Tour, regardless of the fact that it's the 99th, the 98th, or the 100th. 100th edition. It's huge. Still as popular as ever.
It's going to take in everything that's made the history of the Tour de France. That's what I can imagine, and to be part of that, to see what special things are in, will be pretty magnificent, I
think. Well, there you are, the views of just one or two people, Carlton, on this 100th edition. It will certainly go down in the history of the Tour as a significant one, if only for the fact that it's come to Corsica for the first time. Back to you, back to Corsica.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, there is Cadel Evans, former world champion, hence the rainbow rings upon his arms. Do not discount Cadel Evans at all for this great event. The tougher it gets, the deeper that man just beds himself in. He does have maybe a little bit of a thorn in his side. TJ Van Garderen is also a GC contender, and there are a couple of teams here. All right, I know that Sky have kind of settle the argument between Chris Froome and Bradley Wiggins. Bradley, of course, is not here, so Brad not able to defend his jersey. His avowed aim was to contest the Giro d'Italia. Didn't go well for him, and decided to put himself up for the Tour de France. Chris Froome, the designate leader, and Bradley Wiggins not part of proceedings this time by. Cadel Evans, well, he has to face up to TJ Van Garderen, who is coming up on the rails. White jersey winner last year, don't forget, the American, and absolutely on great form. And when it comes to other teams that maybe have a little bit of frisson between teammates, I think you look at Movistar, who may well be something of a surprise package when it comes to the team time trial to some of you. They've been running extraordinarily well. They're a tight unit, although Nairo Quintana is a lot of people's outside tip to do very, very well here. The Colombian Alejandro Valverde will presumably be doing his utmost to remain the number one within that team. So it is the Tour de France. You're very welcome. The 100th running of the great race, and as you've seen, it has been specifically designed to be extraordinarily tough. Today we are racing right from the very off, and it's no small beans either. 213 kilometres from Porto Vecchio to Bastia along the eastern coast. Tomorrow we'll be going through the high mountains, heading back down south, and then it'll be up the western coast for day 3. Now, it's likely to suit Peter Sagan tomorrow, and indeed the day after. He is a big puncher, really. A quick man, of course. If today goes his way, it may well be a good few days before anyone manages to wrestle the yellow jersey from his back. He has, of course, targeted the green. Mark Cavendish has a chance to go into yellow for the first time here today. It is a day teed up for the sprinters. Mostly flat, particularly the run-in. A little bit technical towards the end, but nothing too serious. So expect it to be quick. And a 5-man escape has been allowed to go up the road. And in fact, Sean, they've eased the leash ever so slightly, and time just drifting out towards that 3-minute mark again.
Yes, and it's something we're going to see, I think, for quite a long time today, where this advantage will be allowed to, pull out of 3 minutes, maybe 3 minutes 30. But again, we have seen where, well, it did pull out of that already. When the breaker went away, it got to the 3 minutes very quickly, but then the teams started working the front, and that's what's happening at the moment. There's teams controlling the bunch, and it's now in the bunch, that's where the race is going to be controlled from. If they speed up here, our 5 leaders out in front, and they want to push on a bit harder, well, then we will see in the bunch they will do exactly the same, and just keep them out there at that 2.5-3 minutes of an advantage, and then in the end take them back for the sprint. It looked like for a moment maybe they were going to take them back for the intermediate sprint, because in the intermediate sprints in this Tour of France, as we had last year, a lot of points available for the green jersey classification, but I don't think they're going to do that now, because as we can see 184 kilometres, so we are getting that bit closer to the intermediate sprint point, and it doesn't look like they are pushing the pace up back in the bunch. So it's going to be between the 3 breakaway riders out in front for the top points available for that classification. And we can see, I think, a lot of riders, as I mentioned, in the bunch at the moment, very happy with the situation, because now the race is settled down. We're into a nice pace here, and that's good for a lot of teams and a lot of riders at the moment. And as you did say, tomorrow is going to be a real difficult day. It's a day where I would see the sprinters having major difficulty getting through, except for Sagan. He can get through that more difficult terrain, and that is going to be important that he makes a sprint today, because you have to stay up in the front end of the peloton, because if he finishes in the front group tomorrow, well, then he's in a position to take the yellow jersey. If there's a sprint that wins today and not able to stay in the bunch tomorrow, well, then Sagan could be the one who could have a chance for stage victory, but also get into yellow for a number of days.
There you are. It's going to be busy, particularly for the quick men, and busiest of all, chasing down, or at least holding the pace behind our 5 breakaway riders at the moment. It is Lotto Belisol working for Andre Greipel, and Omega Pharma Quickstep, of course, working for the newly crowned British champion Mark Cavendish. Greipel, of course, the German champion. So watch out for those white jerseys with their relative hoops towards the end. We'll take a break. Welcome back. Well, we said the wind may well pick up, and as you can see from the kite surfers here, that's exactly what's happening. Actually, they look rather static, but it tells you that there is a breeze, and it's slightly stiffening towards the finish line today, where we sit in anticipation of a sprint finish today. It is an active start to this year's Tour de France. We've had prologues before. In fact, the first time, I think, or the last time I should say, that we had a full-on sprinters opening day of this length and significance was way back in the 1960s, Sean. It's been a long time since we've had this kind of debut on a tour.
Yes, well, of course, we normally have a start of a tour with a prologue. To have a start, we see a straight road stage. It's an interesting one, and we have seen at the open of our programme the tour organisation have changed things this year. Finish on the Champs-Élysées and nighttime finish, a nocturne as we call it in France. So they have made some changes, to put a little bit more flavour in the race. The interesting one, today, I was expecting a much more aggressive start here. The first 50 or 60 kilometres, I thought there would be much more action for a breakaway to get away, and that's not the case. The breakaway has slipped away pretty easily. So it is going to be interesting to see in the next number of days, without having the prologue, of course. There will be probably a more aggressive racing, because today we're going to finish with a very big group of riders. There's going to be a lot of riders in there, most of the peloton, really, and they're going to be in there tomorrow saying, well, if we get into the break today, we can still take the yellow jersey, because there's going to be no time difference between 150 or 180 riders at the finish today. So tomorrow is going to be a situation where, again, there will be riders thinking, if I get into the breakaway and it does stay away, who's going to control? If it's a sprinter who have the yellow jersey this evening, will they control tomorrow? Because they will be thinking, can we control the race all day? Is our sprinter capable of passing the difficult climbs we've got in here tomorrow. So it's it's going to be interesting days here. The first number of days are going to be interesting, and I think it will go on for the 3 days here in Corsica. They should be good racing, and it will be interesting to see here in this one, will they allow this breakaway to hang out all day, or will there be some teams that try and close it down a bit earlier and go in the attack a long way from the finish. I mean 50-60 kilometres from the end.
Well, it is. There are many special little notes that have been built into this. Racing right from the off has become de rigueur, it seems, for the Grand Tours. The Giro d'Italia was exactly the same, but for the centenary, or the 100th, I should say, running of the Tour de France, they built in some very special days into the parcours. This is just one of them. Starting off with a great distance of over 200 kilometres, and indeed having of course that sprint finish at the end. So a busy opener. We have 3 time trials, 1 team and 2 individuals to deal with on this tour, but the day that everyone is talking about is stage 18. In fact, coming as it does with only 3 other stages remaining, including the Champs-Élysées, which, as Sean has already said, will be run at night for the first time, so a nocturne. Expect some big fireworks there. Alpe d'Huez, we will be going over it twice. It will be a mighty test, and basically the Queen stage of the day. It will be about the GC boys, and of course the red-hot favourite at the moment is Chris Froome.
You could have had a better way to the Tour de France with all the wins you had. What is the biggest fear you can have today, the day before the start?
I think for me at this moment, the thing that I fear most is that there's something happens outside of our control. I'm not personally worried about my condition and where I am. I feel I'm ready for this race, but if something, for example, a crash or a mechanical at the wrong moment in the race, which could potentially cost you minutes, I think that's my biggest fear.
This morning, Alberto Contador say the fact that I'm not the favorite number 1 is a better position for me. What about that? Do you still think that Alberto is your first contender in the Tour de France?
Definitely, I think Alberto does stand out. Having won so many Grand Tours before, he certainly knows what he's doing in regards to getting ready for a race like this. I have beaten him before, so I'm confident I can at least challenge him again. But yeah, it's a long race, and anything can happen over 3 weeks.
I think it's the last question. Let's talk about the team. We know it's very important. How would you define the team you have on this Tour de France 2013?
We've got an extremely strong team, both the support staff with us on the bike, off the bike also. But in terms of the actual riders, we've got a lot of strength in depth. Guys who can climb exceptionally, guys who have got really big engines for the flat and the team time trial. I believe we're covered in all aspects.
There we are, covered in all aspects. It's got to be ominous for the other teams out there. The team do start out as favourites. Expect them to be a prominent feature within the team time trial. Chris Froome comes here on amazing form. He has, of course, gone head-to-head with Alberto Contador on a number of occasions. In fact, on stage races, it's 3-0 to Froome after winning in Oman and the Dauphiné. He also won Romandy. Contador wasn't there, but don't forget, they were together at the Tirreno Adriatico, and again, it was Chris Froome that came out on top. So Froome is out-and-out favourite for this Tour de France, but it is by no means certain. That's the great thing about Les Grands Bouts. And Alberto Contador can never be discounted. You can't even discount the likes of Andy Schleck. Who knows what his form is like? Alejandro Valverde will come to the fore. And Cadel Evans, the great Aussie. Yes, he was 3rd on this year's Giro. Surprised a lot of people who were already starting to write him off. And I think maybe just put TJ Van Garderen back in his box as far as BMC are concerned. Cadel is here as team principal for BMC. So watch out for their black and red jerseys coming to the fore when we get to the mountains. May not be a day for them today, although Philippe Gilbert may have a cheeky one over the next couple of days. He is a great stager and a superb breaker when he needs to be. He's not world champion for nothing. 177.1 kilometres to go. 2 minutes and 34 is the gap. They're kind of strung out because the pace is reasonably high. They're going to be heading for the feed zone after around about 100 kilometres, which will be, they've still got to wait around about 60 kilometres for that to happen. In the meantime, we've got our first categorised climb, and so it will be the King of the Mountains jersey that is decided. So expect the 5 breakers to scrap for that. It's worth having, Sean.
Yes, a jersey in the Tour of France just for one day. It's worth having. The teams that get into the breakaway, they're definitely, the riders, the 5 riders will have a go for it here, and it's not going to be a difficult one for any of the 5 because it's the climb is just going to be a sprint, and I think it's going to be who can maybe put up a faster sprint will take the mountain classification jersey here today.
So come on then, who are you going for? I'm going to go for Fleischer.
I think Bohm will give it a good go here. He's up here, and he is a good all-rounder. He's not a great climber, but still can get up the short ones, and that's what we've got here today. Also in the sprint, he can put up quite a strong sprint. So I feel that Bohm should be a little bit faster in the sprint if it comes down to a sprint, because we could see one rider just stealing a march in the final 500 metres before we get to the mountain classification point.
So it's the battle for polka dots early on. Just looking at Joaquin Rodriguez towards the rear here. Yes, he wants to go well here. He's been extraordinarily successful elsewhere, of course. Multiple stage winner on the Vuelta. Won the Flèche Wallonne, of course, last season. Second on the Giro d'Italia, and in fact almost an eternal second, it seems, last season. Well, he's picked himself up and determined to make a mark on the Tour. Although it's likely to be individual stage victories, he's super explosive when it comes to the mountains. Loves to put everyone under pressure, but the longer game perhaps not going to be for him, but very much part of our thoughts, and he will be, particularly when we get to that double duez, I think we're allowed to call it, on stage 18. 175.7 to go, so they will approach this first categorised climb. It's coming in just around about 8 kilometres time, and so they're already kind of just increasing the pace ever so slightly. And you may well see that time, the gap that they've got over the peloton, drifting towards the 3-minute mark. Nearest man to you there is Juan Antonio Flecha in the Vacon Soleil. It's sort of a sunburst of yellow with the navy blue. There is Euskaltel's Labado. Don't count him out in the bright orange. Europcar's Jérôme Cousin in the mostly green, wearing number 53. There he is, just one rider off from the rear here. At the back, it's Cyril Lemoine. Don't discount him either. 3 days of Dunkirk is a tough race, and it's this kind of day. You want a classic specialist, though, and I think the likes of Flecha, who's sort of turning the clock back this year. Ghent-Wevelgem, the Paris-Roubaix, 5th in the Ghent-Wevelgem and 8th in the Paris-Roubaix. He can still perform. He's always up there when he needs to be, and, well, if he wants a jersey, then that's right now. Talking about jerseys, there's Lars Bohm at the front at the moment. Now, this is an unfamiliar jersey to you, I'm sure. Blanco, which took over, or should say was badged up by Rabobank after they withdrew their funding and were looking for a sponsor, finally found one. So having already lost their bright orange and royal blue of Rabobank, transferring to blue and black with a white stripe, they're now green and black in what, frankly, I think is rather a shishi outfit. Reminds me of a sort of a throwback to the 1960s. So Balkan Pro Cycling, or Belkin, getting too francocised here. Belkin Pro Cycling, it's an American company that make phone accessories. I thought it was a kitchen accessory, so I was expecting sort of a mixers and blenders and that kind of thing, but absolutely not. Apparently it's electronic switchgear, and also very much part of the mobile phone business these days. So when you see that unfamiliar jersey, it is on the back of Lars Bohm. So if you think it might have been Rabobank or indeed Blanco, it's Belkin, but essentially all the same boys. Hope that's clear. 173.9 kilometres to go. 2 minutes and 43 is the gap. The chase is being maintained rather nicely by Argos, Lotto Belisol and Omega Pharma, as you'd expect. Welcome back. Bienvenue en course was the sign, and of course you're all extremely welcome as well back home. Great to see that we've reached this 100th Tour de France with such an amazingly well-packed field, and indeed quality will out. Never mind the age. I think we've got Cadel Evans coming up in just a few moments' time. Third on this year's Euros, we mentioned just before the break. And a man who can never be discounted, the 2011 champion, of course, and former world champion as well. He's had an amazing career, and you know what? It's not over yet. Oh, no.
How will be the first week for you? Just to wait to see the movement.
Of course, you always have to see how you compare to your competition, of course, and main competitors. But I think it's going to be an interesting first week, especially here in Corsica. It's going to be more nervous than normal, if that's possible. And of course, avoiding problems with the first thing, and maybe if some opportunities arise, of course, we're always looking for results.
You can win and last time in the team time trial. Do you think your team is strong enough to keep the good general placement for you?
Yeah, well, let's see where we get on general classification before we start the team time trial. But I think we have put us amongst certainly the top teams in terms of favourite for like good result in the team time trial. We'll see on the day, but I think we've got a really good team for the team time trial.
Then we arrive in the Pyrenees and the Alps, there where you have to do a good race to win again the Tour de France. Are you really physically you're ready?
It's still a way off now till we get to the mountains, but like I said, we're seeing the first week where I compared to my competitors, and of course by the time we get to Axel de Man we'll have some idea, but then of course we'll see. It's one thing to ride on the flatter rolling stages, but then the uphill finishes it brings another test, and Axel de Man there, well, I think we'll already by then have a pretty good idea of what at least who's going to be in the running for the win in Paris.
Yes, indeed. Aix-Trois-Domaines, is the first real mountain test, high mountains. We'll have a number of peaks before then, let's not forget, including a big one tomorrow, biggish by Corsican standards. But when we get to the high Alps, that's stage 8. On the way to Bigorra, sounds like something else. Yes, on stage 9. That's also going to be a big test. Then we're heading to San Malo. The individual time trial, the first of those, don't forget stage 4 in Nice is the team time trial that Cadel Evans was talking about, but stage 11 is the first individual time trial, and that's where you're going to get some really big gaps amongst the main contenders. If you can't time trial, then you are going to be in serious trouble. Into Tours for a couple of sprinters' days, Saint-Amand as well. Then Lyon on stage 14. Mont Ventoux beckons. That's a rude awakening just ahead of the second rest day. Then it's stage 16 into Gap as we reawaken ourselves. We've got a lumpy time trial to Ebreux on stage 17 before that mighty climb, the Alpe d'Huez twice on stage 18. Then it's the Grand Bonnat, and then Annonay, and then of course the Champs-Élysées beckons, and of course for all the sprinters a chance for them to engage in what is unofficially the World Championship of Sprinting, and Mark Cavendish just can't help but win there. In fact, the last man to win there ahead of Mark Cavendish was here at Steegmans, and he's his teammate and last lead-out man today. Kind of goes on rails, and we'll see whether Mark Cavendish can marshal his team. They seem to have been very well marshalled of late. We'll have more on that in a moment. But Sean, Cadel Evans was talking about the team time trial. BMC Racing have not been the best at that for some time. They're an open checkbook team by many people's sort of reckoning. They've got some great stars, but they just don't seem to function at the highest level when it comes to the team time trial. Are they going to let Cadel down again?
Well, it's always going to be worrying times for the team and the riders who are in there as domestiques. Team time trialing is always a difficult time for them because they're expected to produce, a very good performance, and if you're not up to it, well, then you feel you're leaving down your leader, and for that reason it's very, very tense moments leading up to the team time trial. The team time trial here is only 25k. It's a very, very short one. Like 25k I feel is too short for a team time trial, because if you're not in the rhythm immediately, well, then you can lose 15, 20, 25 seconds in the first 2-3 kilometres, and it's difficult to make up because only 25 kilometres. I think it should be at least 40, 45 kilometres. That's what you need for team time trialling. This one is a very, very short one for some reason. So I don't think the loss of some of the weaker teams, let's call them, shouldn't be as great as it is in the bigger long team time trials. But again, if you don't get it right immediately, well, you can just lose ground very quickly, and every second counts.
Here we go. We just passed the 1 kilometre to go to the top of today's peak. It's only categorised as 4, so you may not even notice it. The least of the categorisations, indeed, and the cat and mouse has already started, so they've knocked it back a bit, and that time gap to the peloton has drifted back, has narrowed, I should say, and they're all over the road at the moment. There we go. Europcar's Jérôme Cousin is at the front as they weave across the road, and it's Lars Bohm in the Belkin unfamiliar jersey to you, perhaps, and away goes Lemoine from Soya. So it certainly looks like he's got the drop on them. Well, we said he was being clever and hanging around at the back, and that's exactly what he's done. Pace is on, and Lars Bohm is trying to wind him in right now. Nearest man to him is Jérôme Cousin, and Fletcher has been caught out right at the back here for Vacansoleil. It's not going to be Juan Antonio Fletcher, that's for sure. Lemoine, I think, is going to get caught here. He's the hare, but the hounds are after him right now. This is a proper battle, and Lars Bohm wants this. He's on the inside of the road and just drifts out, and they have a look at each other once more. Unbelievable.
Whereas Fletcher will come back and just ride by everybody here, because
maybe he's being clever.
There's going to be another bit of looking around, but we are getting to it now, and I think it's between those 4 guys.
I think you're absolutely right, and it's Cousin that for Europcar out at the front. Oh, look at this. Lobato comes through on the inside on the barriers, and he's going to take it. Oh, Euskadi get first blood here, and indeed first jersey straight on the radio. I've done it. I'll be in polka dots tonight. Good boy.
Yes, we see that Lobato, he just followed. Lars Bohm, of course, he took up the chase to close it down on the attacking rider, but Lobato, very impressive there in the sprint. It looked like that Lars Bohm was going to be the strongest, but just not having the legs in the end.
Well, Cyril Lemoine, it was that animated that right from the very beginning, and I think he caught them all napping, and they almost fell for it and went for the chase. Yes, well, there is our King of the Mountains just for now. Juan Jose Lobato of Euskadi. Well, they've done a proper job. We had some minor teams here, and Soya Sun, Vacansoleil, not Belkin, of course, but Lars Bohm, I thought, possibly would have done it there. Fletcher just seemed to have got caught out and just decided not to go in the end. Just got a very brief sight there as well of Ryder Ejderdahl, the great Canadian Giro champion, of course, and 6th here in 2010, which a lot of people forget about. He's sort of been off the boil just a little bit. He's had sickness and injury, but it might well be that we haven't mentioned him so far for Garmin Sharp. They're a pretty mean team time trialling outfit as well, so watch out for them. Rowan Dennis, absolutely superb, the young Australian, going extraordinarily well as far as time trialling is concerned, and will be a very much a feature of that team. Well, Juan Antonio Fletcher just gets himself back into that escape group of 5. They can kind of relax now. Dinner time beckons, and 2 minutes and 30 is the gap after they finally kicked up just a little bit of pace. It's going to be a bit of an amble today by the looks of things. We thought it would be far more animated early on. That long leash to the 5 men up the road, our breakaway group, is being held solid around about the 2.5 minute mark, sort of sweating and tightening just a little bit time and time again. Movistar just coming up on the right hand side of the road, left hand side of your picture there, in their blue with their familiar bright green M, and indeed green fluorescent helmets. That's Alejandro Valverde's team, don't forget. But they have got a sprinter with them. Jose Rojas is a quick man, and maybe they're just trying to keep him safe. I think safety to the fore at this moment, Sean, especially as the roads kind of chop and change just a little bit. Generally good surface though, but any changes and indeed turns, you just want to be in the right place and not have anything silly happen.
Yes, and we can see the reason that Movistar are moving here, just to get into the front end of the peloton. With the climb coming up, you just want to be in the good position and in the top 30 places on the main peloton. That's where to be for the moment. But I don't think there's much going to happen here, as we can see 3 minute advantage for the breakaway. the teams right in the front are going to continue working at this pace for a long time into this stage. We can see getting a little bit cloudy about, and that's something I think the teams, the Royals, will be concerned about. It can change very quickly at the finish here. It's nice sunshine, but 25-30 kilometres away you can get a shower, and the locals were saying last night it changes so quickly here. Within a half an hour, it can be sunshine, and then suddenly you get a shower, and then it dries up again very quickly again. Hopefully we don't get that, because that will make it very nervous back in the bunch, and everybody, if we get wet roads, it will make it really nervous times for everybody.
Well, we'll take ourselves a break. It's the opening day of the 100th Tour de France, and you're live here on Eurosport. Welcome back. Well, we found out just a few moments ago why the teams were so keen to get to the front. We headed into a village called Sota. There was an extremely focused hairpin. The road probably narrowed to around about 3 meters, so only space really for 2 riders, or maximum 3 to get round safely. And so a big backing up, and as a result the peloton has strung out good and proper, as you can see. And a bit of a pace about those towards the back, just trying to relay themselves back on. One team that really did get caught out were Europcar, who really were kind of split amongst themselves, to be honest, and backed out. They'll come back together, but in a pinch point such as that, Sean, you've got to be in a good place, and the wise teams who've done their homework are in the right place.
Yes, I think the teams who have done the homework, they will be real into the riders that it is a little bit of a technical point, move a bit, stay near to the front, and we did see some of the big favourites doing that, and it is a safe place to be, because if there is a problem where there's a number of riders come down, well then if it's up front the pace, it's just that effort you have to make to get back in there, so to play safe. And we can see here Saxo Bank are coming to the front there in the last little bit. They're staying very close to the front at the moment, and that's what you've got to do in the earlier days of the race, the first number of days. The teams, they just want to get through those stages without losing any time to the other favourites.
One of those favourites is Alejandro Valverde of Movistar, who got themselves into a safe position a few moments ago.
¿Qué cambió con esta temporada? Parece veramente un Alejandro nuevo sobre este Tour de Francia.
He's being asked what changes we're seeing this season in the Tour de France. Well, he says that well, I'm just waiting to hear what he is saying actually in one moment. The course is great with its new developments coming to Corsica. I feel great about it. I still have dreams of winning this Tour de France. I just need a little bit of luck. You deal with the bad luck? He's being asked. But you seem to have had a lot of bad luck over the years. Well, yeah, that's true. But the way you deal with bad luck is to make a little bit of good luck. All champs who've had good tours have also had occasional bad tours. You need maybe a bad one so that you know how to face up to things and make further tours into good ones. I must admit I have had 1 or 2 bad ones, so maybe this time it'll be my turn to have the good tour. Now then, you've got some fierce competition this time, haven't you? Contador, Froome, and Cadel Evans. Well, I hope that we have some good battles out on the course. I'm looking forward to them. And if there are 3 of us, me included, on the podium in Paris, then I will be very, very happy. I've done well in the Tour of Spain, the Vuelta. Now I feel it's my turn to do well in the Tour de France. We've got a good team. We'll have to just wait and see how it pans out. There you are, a little bit of Valverde for you. And I'm sure there's more to come from other riders as the race continues, Carlton.
Thanks, Mike. Alejandro Valverde kind of remaining extraordinarily relaxed, it seems. We've got these lovely little mountain roads we're dealing with at the moment. It's sort of just moderate little lumps that they've got to contend with. Just passing by one of the quarries here. A lot of granite, incidentally, And in fact, a lot of stairways actually just cut out of the natural rock, both down towards the coast and indeed into the mountains. We are in High Corsica at the moment, the opening day of this year's Tour de France. A little bit of a dirty road, possibly because of agriculture, as you can see, but mainly construction as well. So a little bit dusty, nothing too serious, and as yet no real sort of plethora of punctures that we've had today. Thank goodness. The road surfaces have been excellent, so you're not getting any sort of pinch punctures along the way, but it's just starting to break down ever so slightly at the side of the road, and so the safest place on the crown is to be in the middle, and hence teams make their own notes here, of course, such as Team Saxo Tinkoff working. Oh, hello. Well, you do get a bit of backing up when you do get those pinch points. Saxo Tinkoff got themselves to the fore, sensing that the road was offering up some kind of danger, and as a result you're seeing a little bit of backing up as well. Every time this happens, Sean, it does get strung out, and it can be around about 500 metres you've got to make back up if you want to be in a safe place for the next obstacle.
Yes, and it all depends on what way it's going up front. If it's riding at its pretty steady pace, well then it's not too difficult for the boys in the rear, but if it starts to push on, that's when it gets very difficult when you're down the rear of the peloton. To make up out of the corner, it takes a big effort every time, and it's not the place to be at all. And of course, if the peloton starts to split in small groups and you're a long way back in the peloton, then you can find yourself caught behind. And if it does continue on up front, first of all, it's going to take a big effort to get back up to the front, if you manage to do that. And in the earlier days, you just never know what the teams will do, at what time during the stage will they take it up. The sprinters teams, they can take it up with 60-80 kilometres to go, and that's what a lot of the riders are worried about in the earlier days, and the teams.
Well, Antonio Fletcher looked absolutely livid a few moments ago when we just passed by him. Out front, Argus Shimano still doing a proper job. Glad to see that the man on the front here is not sporting one of their ubiquitous moustaches. They've got a lot of face furniture going on at Argus Shimano. John Degenkolb, incidentally, has got the most appalling moustache. It started out as a goatee. I think he was attempting to grow a full set, but didn't quite happen for him. And it looks like a caterpillar's actually crawled up and just expired on his top lip. So we'll hope it won't hamper his progress later on. Marcel Kittel and Degenkolb kind of swap duties depending on how fresh they're feeling, and indeed just what the course profile is like. Not tomorrow, but the day after, it may well just suit John Degenkolb, as it's a little bit lumpy, but Marcel Kittel is their most focused sprinter. Case in point, Sean, last year Marcel Kittel was hugely spoken up, wasn't he? He kind of arrived as the big I am. I think he actually showboated with a sort of customised bicycle with extended forks, easy rider, that kind of thing. Then got sick, went home, and it was all over for Argus Shimano. If you put all your eggs in one basket, you can get caught out.
Yes, last year he got sick in the very earlier days, and never recovered, never got a chance to recover, and out in the very earlier part of the race. And if you have just one sprinter in the team, and you do manage to lose one of them through sickness or a crash, well then the team is it's really thrown out of its focus. Where with Argus Shimano this year, well, they have the two sprinters, and that will be an interesting one today. Will Kittel be will he be the main sprinter of the team? It looks like it will be, and having Degenkolb to lead out in the final, if it comes to that's a position in that way, well, it's a great way for Kittel to have such a good sprinter leading out, because he has the feel for that final number of kilometres and when to take it up at what point. Positioning is very important, and a rider like Degenkolb as your lead out man, it's a great man to have.
Absolutely. Mark Cavendish has got here at Steepmans. Andre Greiper's got a number of options, but Jürgen Roland's possibly the man to take him out and to the line. And indeed, it's those three teams that really are starting to boss things at the front. The near almost entire white jersey of Argos Shimano. Incidentally, you may not have noticed or been looking for Francis de Jeux. They've gone navy blue. It's almost like they've gone the complete negative. They used to be mostly white with blue accents, and now it's mostly blue with white accents. We haven't seen too much of them so far. I think they're just hiding their light under a bushel. Also being very quiet today is Astana. Janis Brajkovic, who came home 9th last year, almost anonymously. He's there, and Alexei Lushenko is their chosen sprinter, but I think they're thinking a much longer game than that, and maybe just the puncher's days. We'll see. It's going to be an interesting one, that's for sure. Lotto Belisol here with their golden shoulders, just one, you understand, and just one route really to the line today, and that's Andrej Greipel. Won 3 stages last year. In fact, there were 3 riders that took that trio in the sprints. Peter Sagan, I think you can count him as one, although he likes the lumpier stuff, and of course Mark Cavendish, who's added to that amazing tally that he has now on 23 wins, looking perhaps to emulate the great Eddie Merckx. I'm just wondering whether he's going to get to surpass that 34. He's young enough to do it, you know, Sean. Well, we have Muratedou. I'm not quite sure. I think this is local dialect. Laouem. There you are, with an arrow. It could well be. I could well be reading out something rude, but yeah, I imagine not. They've done it with hay bales anyway, so it's our most modest of our tour acknowledgements. We've had some pretty spectacular ones over the years, cut as they are into cornfields and the like. But anyway, well done to whoever's set that one out. I'm still not sure what it meant. 156 kilometres to go then, and the gap down now to 2 minutes and 7. The pace naturally has upped, Sean, as they've come through some of the more technical areas, and they're just riding on here nicely.
Yes, and we can see it's just the same. It's really the same pace on the front of the bunch. If they slow down up front, the gap comes down a bit to our 5-man breakaway, and the peloton just knocks it off a little bit if they feel like getting a bit too close, allow the breakaway to pull out the advantage once again. And it's ongoing from the time the breakaway got away. That's been the position all the time. Just looking at the front, the rear end of the bunch there, I see Dan Martin very much at the end of the peloton the last number of kilometres, so he is quite relaxed there to sit there at the moment, and not concerned about there's anything going to happen up front. And you did mention some time ago about Garmin Schaaf. They have a team, with some very good general classification contenders, with Ryder Huisdal, who's won the Giro last year and finished very much up at the Tour of France. Dan Martin, as I mentioned, and Talansky. He's the other one, so it'll be interesting to see what they will do as we get into the difficult stages. And of course the team time trial will be a big one for them. They always focus and try and win the team time trial, which they have done in the past, but I'm looking forward to the first mountain stages of the Pyrenees to see will they try open up the race a bit, because that's what they've got to do, and there's quite a number of teams in that situation. If you wait and play the waiting game, well then it's difficult to match against the big favourites here. But if they try and go on breakaways in the earlier part of the stages and take that risk, they could find themselves with a man very much up at the general classification, take 5 or 6 minutes, and if you give a number of minutes to Talansky, to Dan Martin for example, it's difficult to claw that back later.
Very much so. Dan Martin does love sitting at the back on occasion, but he can do it when he needs to. Hence Liège-Bastogne-Liège, and of course Catalonia went so well. 154.3 kilometres to go here. Welcome back. We just heard the whistles going off, and that's because we've got this narrow little pinch, a padded bridge. There we are, across and away we go. We're just speculating in the break as to whether Juan Antonio Fletcher had an issue. Maybe we see a number of riders having gear change issues with the electronic gears, just failing them at exactly the wrong moments. And as we drifted by him a little while ago, just before we went to the break, he did look extraordinarily angry, and there he is right now. I'm just homing in on that, so maybe that suggests that may well have been the problem, because he did come to an absolute staggering halt when they were skirmishing for that King of the Mountains jersey today. Just one categorised climb, and I just assume that things have gone wrong for him momentarily, and maybe the brain of the bike has got itself sorted out. A number of occasions where some pretty big high-profile names have lost it. Cadel Evans, incidentally, was heading for runners-up spot in the Giro d'Italia, and then had gear change issues right at the very last penultimate stage in the snow, you may remember. And of course Bradley Wiggins, famously so, hurling his bike, and a time trial bike at that as well in the Giro, which of course he withdrew from.
How was your preparation? Could you give us some technical or little details?
Yeah, my preparation was actually was good.
We visited stages?
Yeah, we visited stages. That was Tour of California. We all planned this from the beginning of the season, with a lot of training camps in between and everything. But I wasn't sick, I wasn't injured, so I touched wood and stays like this until the start, and then further on too. But my preparation have been really good, and I didn't expect in January or in February to come here and be
as competitive as you are.
Yeah.
And what are your goals? General classement? Are you here as an outsider?
Yeah, I believe I'm an outsider. Also, the others didn't know where to put me, and that's maybe a good thing. But I will follow and see how far I can follow Chris and Alberto and all these guys in the climbs, and maybe I'll be a surprise. If I can't follow them, I won't be disappointed. But I will fight another day to maybe win a stage or win a breakaway, and this is how I approach it to this.
Good luck.
Thank you.
There we are, Andy Schleck, as we head over Les Aiguilles de Bevena. We do have mountains, some serious ones here in Corsica, as you can see. The terrain brings its own weather systems, and as you can also see, perhaps on the left-hand side of your screen, the clouds are starting to gather. According to the locals who we were talking to last night, it can snap change, and within 10 minutes you can be in bright sunshine and then in a downpour. So it may well be that we have rainfall as part of today's equation. Whether Andy Schleck will be part of the general classification equation towards the end, personally speaking, I think not. But Tour de France champion from 2010, after the result was altered, after Alberto Contador tested positive for 1 microgram, 1 part per million of clenbuterol. Yes, and Andy Schleck himself says he doesn't regard that as a victory, and is still very much friends, sort of best of enemies, I think you might say, with Alberto Contador, and wants to win it straight. He's not on the form of his life, I think is possibly the kindest way of putting it. And Andy Schleck comes into this event really on the back foot. His brother's not here, Frank's still on the naughty step, and Andy Schleck himself, well, he's got to dig very, very deep into his reserves, which don't seem to be that abundant, I'm afraid, at the moment. He was third in the mountains classification in the MGN Tour of California, which perhaps bodes well for him, but when he's been tested properly against some of the bigger names, he's come up short. And I don't think it's going to be Andy Schleck's year, but he's on a road to recovery. And let's not forget, he's not starting to run out of time. He's supposedly at his physical peak at 28 years of age, but I don't know. It's not, I don't think, going to be a glory year for him. Those were a few years ago. He kind of burst onto the scene as a youngster and blew us all away back in the early noughties, as it were. But yes, Andy Schleck not on great form. I think, Sean, if you're going to perform even for a stage win here, you've got to have something more than I think Andy Schleck's got at the moment.
Well, freshness you need, and he certainly has got that. He hasn't been doing a lot of racing. It'll be interesting to see. He's a rider that can, come round quite quickly. He doesn't show super form, and then he starts to come through. And in a 3-week tour, if you start out and the form is 80%, 85%, and you are on the upward curve, well, then you can be quite good in the final week, and that will be the interesting thing when we go to the difficult week in the Alps, the final week of this tour. Schleck possibly will be getting, the real good condition, and if that does happen, well, then a stage victory, a mountain stage, would be very possible. General classification, difficult to see him doing that, because the form he's had in the last number of weeks doesn't seem to be good enough to be able to be up there with anything major in the general classification, and what I mean is in the top 5 overall.
Well, the crowd's turning out en masse, as you can see, and it'll be very much the same throughout. The 100th Tour has its own importance on what many regard as, it is the biggest annual sporting event on the planet. The Olympics, albeit coming biannually, winter and summer games interchanging. Just looking at the Japanese champion on your screens at the moment, we have got a number of national champions with us. And Johnny Hoogland, incidentally, I'm very pleased to say, is the Dutch national champion, as we just caught a brief glimpse there of Mark Cavendish in his British flag, the British tricolour almost. There are the clouds that we were talking about, and they've started to muster, Sean, and this looks moderately threatening.
Yes, it does look a little bit like rain at the moment, but again, maybe we get through this area and move on, and as we said, you can go 10 kilometres further on, you can be sunshine once again, and that's what the locals have been telling us, and it's certainly proven in that way at the moment.
These are the Needles of Bavella. There we are. We couldn't do much sewing with them, but yes, 7 towers apparently of Azinau. Looked an awful lot more than that, but anyway, that was they. Very dramatic landscape we have, and as you can see where the riders are, not a hint of cloud at all, save for that up on the high ground, but it can drift over very, very quickly, and we'll see whether that happens. Well, it's going to be a very busy end to today. Edvald Bosenhagen, it may well be on the next couple of days he has something. Peter Kennick is here as well, from the other son of the Isle of Man, and can go reasonably quickly as well, but they're thinking of the long game. And of course, when we get to the mountains, that's when they're really going to play their hand. David Lopez Garcia is going to be one of Chris Froome's major helpers. They've got some real firepower with Sky, likes of Ian Stannard, Geraint Thomas, Konstantin Svitsu of Belarus, and in fact his countryman Vasil Kirienka as well. It's a quality outfit. They can team time trial as well, and they're going to tee up Chris Froome absolutely beautifully. You won't really see Chris and Contador come to the fore until we get to stage 8. We've got 2 stages before the first rest day. It's quite a long run to it, I've got to say. Thankfully, here in Corsica, they've had some very, very good weather. As you can see, we've got it today. It means that the ground started to parch up just a little bit. It also means that the grass has had its fun. And in fact, allergy is not a problem here on Corsica, especially with the sea breezes. So I don't know if you've got children that suffer in that regard and you want to get yourself an early holiday, or indeed a spring holiday, this is a great place to come to. As soon as you get parched earth like this, the grass gives up the ghost and packs it in. It's been rotten weather in Northern Europe, and as a result, there is a hay fever and general allergy warning for mainland France, and there are a number of riders who really do suffer. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that Dan Martin is one of those, Sean. So it'll be a bit of respite before we get to the sneezy stuff later on.
Yes, last year I remember meeting him at the hotel, and he was having some difficulty, so he will be happy with the situation here that is not the case, but it is a big handicap for riders when you are suffering from allergies in a tour. You only need 1-2% off your best form, and that will affect your performance quite a lot. So it's the allergy problem for the riders. It is a big handicap if you're suffering that way.
Very much so. David Miller as well from the same team, so they'll be glad to get the team time trial, I imagine, sorted out early, although that's back at Nice, still coastal, so with some respite from the breezes. You can see from the bunting here there's very little wind at all. On the the finish line. I was going to say start-finish line because we do have a hairpin loop and back on ourselves. But the actual race to the line, the last 2 kilometres, it is sort of open to the beach. We've got a lovely view here of all the fans waiting for the finish today. But yeah, it's a stiffening breeze coming in from the left-hand side. So it will be a crosswind. We'll see how riders protect themselves when that comes. There are some riders who can ride a course once, map it almost electronically in their brain, and then ride that map at the end and have the ability as well to chop and change. And I think that's the great gift of Mark Cavendish, is he is so adaptable in a sprint situation. He's not actually the most powerful, which surprises a lot of you out there. He's not the most powerful rider in terms of wattage, but his pace change is phenomenal, and his ability to respond to attacks is amazing. And tactically, well, he's just the best.
Yes, well, we've seen in the past, you know, he with a lead out, he's so difficult to beat, unbeatable almost. Although last year in the Tour de France, you know, he had a little bit of difficulty earlier on. It'll be interesting to see the other teams really how well they can do it. And when you look at Lotto Belisol, they have a big lineup to prepare the sprint for Greipel here, and it's going to be the big battle who can prepare the sprint best, I think, in today's stage, and that is going to be very important considering this run in. If the sea breeze is coming in quite strongly, a team will be very important for the sprinters.
Well, we'll take a break and we'll have a chat about those sprint teams a little bit more after this. Welcome back. There is Andre Greipel. Now, we were talking about sprint teams, and he's got a pretty handy one with Lotto Belisol, Adam Hansen, Greg Henderson. Jürgen Rollins, we mentioned, probably going to be his last man. Jürgen van der Broek is their GC contender, but it's about Greipel today. Van der Broek twice fourth on the Tour de France, and kind of did that almost anonymously, sort of drifted into contention late on. But I often feel sorry for those guys who come to the fore later on. They put in just as much effort, but kind of don't get the recognition they deserve. As far as Greipel is concerned, he can perform when it is a sprint. Does not have the kick of Mark Cavendish, so he can't find another gear when it's required. Physiologically, I'm talking. So yes, but if it is a straight battle, Greipel most definitely, if he's teed up properly, can very much be part of proceedings. And Marcel Kittel likewise for Argos Shimano. He has John Degenkolb, who's possibly the quickest of the lead-out men. In fact, they swap duties occasionally. Is Argos Shimano, just picked out by our motorcycle mirror here. And there we are. It is in fact Fröhlinger, Johannes the German, who is part of a trio of teams, just hoping to maintain that gap. That's Mark Cavendish. Always looks sort of twitchy and nervous, especially on a day such as today. It would mean an awful lot for him to go into yellow. Probably wouldn't keep it beyond tomorrow. Tomorrow seems to be a day absolutely built for Peter Sagan. Today is kind of around about conserving yourselves, I think, just keeping something in reserve. Right, the sprinters are going to be busy late on. I don't think any team really wants to snatch at this today, which is why you're not going to see fireworks, despite the fact it's extended coverage live here on Eurosport, and hope you're enjoying it. Yes, it's going to be all about the very end. New bike, apparently, as well, from Mark Cavendish. We're getting a good look at it, and that sort of Viper green and black with silver accents. Rather nice. He owns a McLaren motor car, by the way, as well, to his own design. And he actually threw the keys at a teammate and said, "Do you fancy taking this back for me?" Because he wanted a shorter journey. And the eyes went like saucers at the very thought of being given a motor car, which I assume is heading towards the £300,000 bracket. This is the Tour de Pinarello. Almost sounds like a bike race in itself. And a little watchtower, as you can see. Atop the Ruscana Islet is where we are right now. And yes, they used to have beacons here. In fact, there has been a number of tragedies in this part of the world, historically speaking, where the coral reefs, yes, the Mediterranean does have them, and there are a lot round here, so it's great for divers. but not for big vessels. And in fact, there's been some huge loss of life over the centuries in this part of the world, so I presume that was indeed not so much a fortification, but a warning beacon all those years ago. Sean, teams don't want to snatch at it today, I was just saying, and it's about keeping something in reserve, because it's going to be busy these opening 3 days ahead of the time trial, which gives some riders some respite, but you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket.
Well, a 3-week tour, it's all about conserving energy when you can, and the general classification, they want to do that in the earlier days, especially the 3 days here in Corsica. The team time trial is going to be of big importance for the general classification men, because to put in a real good performance by the team, and to take time from the other big favourites for the overall classification, that is very important, and it's a morale boost as well for your leader in the team. So they're going to work to a tactic where they're in a position that they're going to save as much energy as possible in the earlier days, and that's what we're seeing at the moment. The general classification men, they're not going to be here at the front in this part of the stage. In the end, they will be moving up a bit to keep their men out of danger, but apart from that, that's as much as they will contribute in those stages here.
Just seen a fixed tidal fishnet, which I understand are illegal in Europe. There you go. So somebody's been found out. There you are. Because other marine life get tangled in unattended nets, and it looked like a staked out one by me. There you go. So hope somebody's now reporting them. Juan Antonio Fletcher just drifting away from these boys as we speak. Still not quite got to the feed zone, I've got to say. They've got a little way to go, but he's going to enjoy a downhill section and the run-in after this little tidy ramp that we're dealing with right now. We're heading up the eastern coast, incidentally, of Corsica, and the pennant men doing their thing. Incidentally, last night we came over on the ferry, got here reasonably late actually, but part of the ferry was completely sectioned off just for the division of the gendarmes who follow the course. There's the coral I was talking about, by the way. There we are, as if by magic. There's lots of it round here, so just stay safe if you're a yachtsman in this part of the world. Spectacular beaches. I think today, Sean, we were actually saying this morning what an absolutely lovely landscape we have to play with here.
Yes, as we've seen, it's just magnificent here, and it's so unspoiled. That is, I think, the nice part of it. It's a place where I was many years ago when I started my professional career. There was a tour of Corsica, and I remember coming here. I think it was in the 80s, beginning of the 80s, and from what I've seen, the little I've seen since we arrived in here last night quite late, it hasn't changed an awful lot, and that is the nice thing to see. When you go back to mainland France, of course, when you go to Nice, it's so busy there. To come on a holiday, it would be a nice place, and certainly a place that I would like to come back to.
Very much myself as well, and I suspect we may well get more of a treat indeed over the next couple of days. There's Dad just taking his kids up to a watchtower. It looked like it was gated and no entry. Well, as the favelas, which seem to be part of cultural life these days, well beyond South Africa, start to be rung out. Just looking at the gap, it was dipped under the minute marker, and maybe that's why Fletcher was just so animated momentarily. It's picking up now. I'm actually just wondering whether it's a transponder issue. It got back down to around about 50 seconds very quickly, but it's spinning out again. Well, don't forget, during this centenary, well, I keep saying that means 100 years, this is the 100th Tour de France. We had the centenary in 2003, of course. This is the 100th Tour de France, and we have a number of different features relating to the fact that we've reached this amazing milestone in what is an amazing event. And so, yes, we'll be dipping in and out of the history files, and in the company of Mike Smith throughout this Tour de France, and I hope you can stay with us for that, because it really is an integral part of it. Absolutely beautiful. I think, do you know what? At any moment you could just press the shutter and make yourself an almost perfect postcard. Oh dear, it's not gone that perfectly. And yes, well, you've got to ride your fortune. Cadel Evans, the latest to need assistance, and he's going to take a comfort break in the meantime as well. And so I think we'll take our blushes elsewhere. There we are. Europe car, it's not about Tommy Vogler. Oh, well, of course it is. But it's also very much about Pierre Rolland, who comes here as an outsider, I think you might say. If only he could time trial, he'd be lethal. But he can't. So expect him to do very well, especially when we get to the very, very high mountains. We'll have more on that in a moment. Let's go and have a little look back, shall we, on this 100th tour.
Yes, thanks, Carlton. It's been a long time coming, hasn't it, as we see Cadel Evans getting away again. Here's Paul Giacobbi, who is the president of Corsica. He has been one of the men very much instrumental in ultimately bringing the tour here. He was asked how it's taken so long, in fact. He said, well, we invited the Tour de France to come to Corsica a long, long time ago, but at that time, nothing ever happened. But 3 years ago, we came up with a new plan, and eventually our dream has come true. There were a lot of logistical problems, but we found the solutions. There were political challenges too, but by working together, we finally reached this point, and I'm sure everybody here is now very happy to be a part of the Tour de France. Christian Prudhomme, the organiser, says, well, yes, we've never been here ever since the tour began in 1903. We know, of course, from our experience of organising the Criterium International that the landscape in Corsica is ideal for cycling. It's a dream backdrop for the race. It's good for the sprinters on the first day, then it's good for the punchers, and it's good for the general classification riders taking the whole 3 stages together. It's exactly what we wanted for the 100th edition of the tour. President finishes off by putting it in a nutshell. The Tour de France will be so much the richer for coming to Corsica.
Well, I think they're absolutely right. Ignored for much of the time. There you go. See what I mean about face furniture? That was Mr. Degenkolb with his top tash. Well, yeah, you can make your own rating, I suppose. In fact, he's not alone. It seems the Sancho Panza look is starting to spread very gradually through the peloton. I'm pleased to say that some teams have eschewed it. The Polish champion, incidentally, is also here as part of Mark Cavendish's team, Michael Kwiatkowski. So you will see an unfamiliar jersey perhaps as well, mixed in with the Omega Pharma Quick-Step team, very much to the fore at the moment. Pace has picked up. I'm actually still wondering whether it was a transponder issue, Sean, because we're back up to over 2 minutes, after having dipped to 50-odd seconds.
Yes, and it was actually less than 50 seconds at one point, so it looks like it was the case. Up front, they're starting to push on our 5 breakaway, but some time ago it looked like that they were slowing down altogether. Really had lost momentum out front, but now they're back in and working quite well together. But the peloton also have slowed there. We've seen a lot of riders have stopped for a natural break and they're just coming back through the cars, and it's the peloton who decide what happens out front. And I think the 5 leaders were saying, well, the little advantage we had some time ago, they seem to be slowing altogether, but now they decided they're pushing on, and we can see it's pushing out to 2.5 minutes once again. It's going to be interesting. Will they be allowed to stay out there for quite a long way into the stage, or will they be pulled back for this intermediate sprint, which is at the 150 kilometre mark, 63 kilometres to go? Will the sprinters team want to pull back the brake and have a go for the big amount of points that the intermediate sprints is up for grabs here?
It's quite a few. The intermediate sprints are very, very significant, and although there are no time bonuses, in fact there are none on this Tour de France, the 100th running of the Great Race, there are plenty of points, and in fact it's not overly dissimilar to the finish line itself. So if the green jersey is your target, and of course Mark Cavendish, Peter Sagan, very much thinking that way, Sean, they can really start to give themselves a bedrock foundation of points if they do well on that intermediate sprint, and I think you're right. I think that's when they're going to wind them in.
Yes, it would look that's the situation, that would be the tactic, but again, I'm not sure what way Omega Pharma Quick-Step are thinking, and if Mark Cavendish feels that he has to take the intermediate sprint points where it's possible, because as we get further into the race, as we have seen in the past, and as we know, Peter Sagan is able to get over the medium mountain stages and sometimes the bigger mountain stages and pick up some points. So depending on the tactic of the big sprinters, and that means Omega Pharma Quick-Step team, Lotto, Belisol, for Greipel, they could start to close down this one and get it all back together for this intermediate sprint.
Yes, I'm just actually thumbing through the regulations here to bring you this the sprint points. There's a lot of UCI World points, incidentally. The points do vary depending on the categorization of climbs and things like that, and most of them are offered up on flat stages. The winner takes 45 points, 10 more than second place, 35 points. This is the battle for green, let's not forget. But Sean, it's the intermediate sprints that still are quite weighty in terms of their points.
Yes, they certainly are. 20 for a win, 17, 15. There's a lot of points to be picked up there, and it depends on what way they feel. The real big sprinters against Sagan, who is the one who can get through the difficult stages, the mountain stages, and if they feel they have to take all the opportunities where the points available for the green jersey classification at the intermediate sprint points, that we will see very quickly. And I think if we see it happening today, then it will go on for the next number of days. And when you go to tomorrow's stage also, in the earlier part of the stage, there is an intermediate sprint at a 33 kilometre mark. So I think if it happens today, it will go on for the all of the earlier part of this tour.
Just coming through, and Andy Schleck just saying he was going to peel off towards the left, the links, presumably for a comfort break. Just going through the Omega Pharma Quick-Step team there, he just saw Sylvain Chavanel, fantastic breaker when he needs to be, an exceptional descender as well. So if with the big lump tomorrow, Chavanel may well have a crack, let's not forget. We saw Tony Martin as well, who is almost the ultimate time trialist. Whether or not that has obviously it's ubiquitous part of a team time trial, but I think he has to just turn the wick down just a little bit when he's part of a team time trial, just so that the others can keep up. Mark Cavendish is certainly not a bad time trialist himself, and when guided by Tony Martin, does start to border on the exceptional as well, which it's just a shame that Mark suffers a little bit, not as much as many sprinters I might add, but just suffers a little bit when it comes to the high ground. But today it's about the sprinters, and indeed a chance for Mark Cavendish to take that yellow jersey. You join us on the opening day of the 100th Tour de France, and as you can see, we have some beautiful weather. Whether it will stay like that until the end of the day, well, it certainly looks as though it might. However, Corsica is notorious for its very, very rapidly changing weather. Dirty great big mountain in the middle, responsible for the weather systems. There is High Corsica, where we are heading towards from the southern part of the island. And we're going up the east coast and heading north, which means the sun is at our back, but unfortunately for the riders, when they make the turnaround, the wind will be from off the coast on their left-hand shoulder. So they race up, if you like, and then they'll have a swift loop. They come back on themselves after a hairpin, and for the final 2 kilometres, it really is eyeballs out. That run-in, we'll have a chat about it a little bit later. Not too technical though, Sean. A couple of little roundabouts to deal with, around about 2.3 kilometres to go. And once they descend out of that, they really are motoring.
Yes, no, not the most technical final number of kilometres here. But again, it's all about how the sprint is prepared, and if there's a team who is keeping the pace real high on the front of the bunch, it will stretch the peloton out a lot, and that makes it much safer for everybody. It's when it slows down and it gets very much grouped together, the riders all across the road, in the final 2 kilometres here, it does turn a bit, and if the pace is not really high, that could cause some little problem. But I would be expecting to see a very fast pace in the final kilometres, and that final 2-3 kilometres will be 60 plus kilometres per hour. And if that is the case, well then I don't see any major problems in this run-in.
Our director's just picking out a number of leading French lights. Tony Gallopin, part of Radio Shack Leopard. Incidentally, they will be Trek next year. There are a number of changes as far as sponsorship is concerned, so it'll be the rather strange amalgam as it was of Leopard and Radio Shack that will be no more. It will be known as Trek from next year, although the personnel should stay pretty much the same. Belkin is our new team. If you're only just joining us a little later in the afternoon, you're welcome. Belkin to be dealt with. They are part of the Escape today, formerly Blanco, formerly Rabobank. So there you are. Still got 5 riders up the road, and as Juan Antonio Fletcher takes over his turn at the nose, the peloton remains just around about the 3-minute mark. It's 3 minutes and 17. We'll take a break and back in a few moments. Welcome back to the 100th Tour de France, and a more or less relaxed start to today, despite the fact we're racing from the very off. No prologue this year, and average speeds for the first couple of hours 40.5 kilometres per hour, which is just above the very slowest categorised or assumed speed today. Well, the escapees have been doing their stuff up front, and the chasers being led by Lotto Belisol, Omega Pharma Quickstep and Argus Shimano on the front right now in their white liveried outfit, and it's Fröhlinger who's setting most of the pace as we head along the coast, the eastern side incidentally off Corsica. Those clouds are starting to roll into the northern area where we are finishing today. It will be a sprint finish, we know that. Who will be involved? Well, that's what we're going to find out. 213 kilometres in total. We had one categorised climb early on, and the 5 breakers who went almost from the start flag after we'd rolled through the neutralised zone, away they went. And in fact, it was Lobato of Euskaltel in the bright orange up front that did the job, and what looked like a gear issue for Juan Antonio Fletcher, preventing him from back on Soleil from contending that or contesting it. 127.2 to go. We will come to a feed zone fairly shortly, in around about 20 kilometres time. Then once they've settled themselves down, there will be an intermediate sprint, and that we suspect is when those 5 escapees will be brought back. And as we go through the field, you just saw Alberto Contador a few moments ago, and there's Chris Froome. Had an early incident, incidentally. We suspect he may well have taken a very light tumble in the neutralised zone. He certainly had a back wheel change, and then in fact a complete bike change with his team just wanting to stay close at hand. It's sort of a nervous start really, nothing serious, but he wasn't the only one. Cadel Evans has also had a back wheel change, and in fact world champion Philippe Gilbert has also had a moment or two. There's Mark Cavendish and his new British Champions jersey, and the red band is on the back of the Polish champion Michael Kwiatkowski. So the sprinters teams, the 3 foremost sprinters teams to the fore at the moment. Cavendish and Omega Pharma. It is Argus Shimano working for Marcel Kittel or perhaps John Degenkolb. They do have options. And Lotto Belisol with their golden shouldered outfit for Andre Greipel. Sean, the papers have been full of course, their usual speculation. There's been the usual digs, the usual dredging up of dirt as well ahead of the great race. But generally speaking, the mood is positive.
Yes, very much positive, and of course L'Equipe, which is the French sports paper, many pages in the opening days, and as we go through the race, there's at least 4 or 5 pages every day. And the French, they talk and focus a lot on the French team, the French riders, and Bohemi is one of the ones, he is a a new pro to the Tour of France his first year, and they're just talking how will he come up against Cavendish, what can he do. So there's a lot of talk about that, and he of course he dreams about winning stages and winning the first stage, dreaming about taking the yellow jersey. That's what he is talking about here, and that's what he's been working to all year. And certainly, the French press, they push him up there, and they really put him into a situation, put the pressure on him, and ask him the difficult questions. Can he beat Cavendish? Is he capable of doing that? And of course, he's going to say, yes, I can beat Cavendish in the right situations. And of course, that means a lot of things. He has to be on a good day. He will depend a lot on the team, and I think that's for Bohami, that's where it's going to be difficult, because with Française de Joux, they haven't got many riders capable of preparing the sprint like Omega Pharma Quick Step, like Lotto Belisol, for example. But he is a real fighter, and we've seen him in the past, in the early part of the season. He can fight for a wheel of the other sprinters, and what a performance it would be for Française de Joux if they could take a stage victory here and get the yellow jersey, and for the French as well. For French cycling, it would be a big success if they could get into yellow jersey this evening.
Bouhanni, of course, just handed over the French national jersey to Arthur Vichot, but he's been going extraordinarily well. In fact, was a major feature on the Giro d'Italia and the Critérium de Dauphiné as well, let's not forget. So he's been a busy boy, Bouhanni, and in fact on the podium a couple of times, and in fact into Treviso. Just runner-up again. I remember him getting extraordinarily angry during the Giro d'Italia and just beating hell out of his handlebars in frustration. But it just shows you what it means to him. So yes, very much a rider worth watching, despite the fact he's no longer in the French tricolate, Arthur Vichot.
Yes, and of course Bouhanni, we see him in the Paris-Nice. He won a very good stage, became race leader, and then the following day crashed out very heavily. I think knocked some of his teeth out and got a number of stitches in his face, and recovered quite well from that. He's certainly up for it here in this Tour of France. And today will be a day where he will have to put in a performance, because the next 2 days, I think, as we've talked about for the sprinters, it's going to be difficult for him, because he do not like the uphill at all, and I think the second and third stage here is going to be a little bit too difficult for him. And then of course the French, they have Thibaut Pinot, who won a magnificent stage last year. They have Pierre Roland, who was performing well in the last 2 years. Jean-Christophe Perrault, who was a rider, came from mountain biking, but has put up some good performances in the Tour of France. And certainly in the last number of years, French cycling and the French riders, have really stood up to the mark and put in some great performances, winning good stages and getting up there in the general classification, which was not the case 7, 8, 9 years ago. They were not anything in performance-wise as they are today.
Just saw a nice little graphic, which is new to me. Percentage of work being done by teams up front. Omega Pharma with 79%, 21% for Argus Shimano. So it's allowing us to keep tabs on the work rate of the teams in pursuit. Naturally, it is the sprinters' teams towards the fore today, because that's the way it's going to end as we head up this beautiful, craggy coastline of Corsica. Wonderful. Lotto Belisol picking it up, joining the fun. Movistar again, just getting themselves in a safe place. Maybe Rojas is your man today.
Yes, of course, Rojas he's a good sprinter, and he's always there, but against the big ones, Cavendish, Greipel and Co., he is going to have difficulty. But as a sprinter, you always, just keep yourself in good position and just wait for the moment. If the big sprinters get a little bit boxed out, get a little bit held up in the final 200 metres, that's where Rojas could, take a stage victory. But other than that, if the big ones do not have some difficulty in the very final of the stage, difficult to see him taking a stage victory. And if it comes down to a straight out sprint, well then, it looks like that Cavendish is the man. Greipel, will he be able to put up one of the great sprints as he did last year in the earlier part of the tour to really challenge him? But as a sprinter, as Rogas, you will always just fight, stay up there and keep a good position and see what happens in the very, very final. And of course the green jersey classification. 2 years ago he was fighting for that jersey a lot in the race. He's another rider who can get through the more difficult stages, the undulating stuff. He can get through better than the big sprinter, so he will be trying to take maximum points, if not getting a stage victory, the highest place possible on the stage today, and see what happens in the days to come.
Do have a big peak tomorrow, incidentally, as we head for Ajaccio. And watch out, it is likely to be, of course, Peter Sagan's kind of day. Unfortunately for the likes of Jose Rojas, it is the likes of Peter Sagan that only come around once in a lifetime, it seems. Shame it had to be in Rojas' lifetime, I guess. And indeed there's a number of others, because Peter Sagan does like the lumpy stuff, and he can go extraordinarily quickly. In fact, let's not forget, he's actually beaten Mark Cavendish and Andre Greipel in the straight sprint this year. So when he finds his form, if he's absolutely on rails, then he's a scary man. And in fact, as I look over from the beach here, there is a climbing frame, and it's quite a substantial one. You'd have to be a very gutsy youngster to get to the top of it. Peter Sagan's fan club came along and they've gone and planted a flag to the man on the very peak of it, Sean. It looks like they've claimed the beach. Will they claim the day?
Well, they're making a point that he's a good climber. They've put him on top here. Maybe we'll see some of the real good sprinters, Cavendish and Greipel. We might see them climbing it after the finish to improve that climbing ability for the days to come. But certainly he is the real talent and the real all-rounder, beating Mark Cavendish and the other sprinters in the earlier part of the season. But I think at that point, Mark Cavendish and the other ones maybe were not at their best, carrying a couple of kilos too many. But now we're into the real serious stuff, and we've seen Cavendish of recent times. As recent last week in the British Championship, he was very aggressive, rode a fabulous race. He is at top shape, and I think for Sagan in the big sprint here, if it comes to a straight out sprint, man against man, I think he's going to have difficulty to match Greipel, Cavendish in this one.
Yes, Mark Cavendish actually getting in as part of a quality break, incidentally. Hinstallard was also involved in the national championships in Great Britain, and yes, as Sean was saying, displaying some phenomenal aggression for a prolonged period, and showing that he doesn't mind a few lumps and bumps himself. Mark Cavendish coming home and making himself British champion, so he starts again with a white accented jersey, which he seems to be rather fond of.
Yes, certainly, and it's important to have the national champion jersey, and he was really up for last week in the championship. The way he raced, it wasn't just to go and take part. He was riding a very aggressive race, and of course, against a field of riders with Sky having quite a number of riders, and in that breakaway, he was the one who upped the pace, who attacked a bit. And when you see a sprinter doing that proves that he's comfortable in the breakaway, and it just tells us that the form is really good. Other things in the French paper here is talking about the general classification, of course, and the two men we have talked so much about already today in the last number of weeks, Froome, Contador. The third place in the podium, who is it going to be for? And there's a list of riders there. Rodriguez, they actually talk about Porte as well, but I don't think Porte is going to be contesting for anything in this tour. He's going to be there to help Christopher Froome to win this Tour de France outright. Cadel Evans, of course, comes into the equation, and TJ Van Garden, Quintana, another one who comes up there, and then you can go down along the list. Valverde, of course, will he be able to get on a step of the podium in this year's tour? If you look at last year's Vuelta, he was a different rider, very, very aggressive, and we did hear in the interview with Valverde, the Spanish, they have quite, a lot of very good riders, and, will that be something we will see in the difficult stages of this tour? Will we see a lot of the Spaniards up in the leading group against Christopher Froome? And that could be a difficult one for Chris Froome, because if, they start to ride a little bit together, although they are all in rival teams, sometimes you can see that happening where, they go on the attack and the other ones just allow the other favourites to do the chasing. It could become a difficult situation for Chris Froome and Sky.
I think you might be right. Chris Froome, of course, did win the Dauphiné, but a stage on that, an important one, Nairo Quintana took that. It was when Chris Froome and Contador sort of set off looking at each other, and Chris Froome just absolutely blew him away. But Quintana was outstanding that day, and in fact, as a result, has sort of popped up into a lot of people's minds as a potential victor overall. I think he's around about 25-1 with the bookmakers, if you're that way inclined. Then Quintana's still a very good price. And before we start to get to the very high ground, I suggest you have a look at him. He can time trial as well, let's not forget. And his Movistar team have been brilliant in the team time trial. So far in excess of expectations, Movistar, beating some extraordinarily good time trial teams, not least in the Giro d'Italia. Katusha also went very well there, incidentally. But yes, I've got to tell you that Movistar, because of their time trialling abilities, Quintana in particular, but as a team, they're going to tee him up nicely for the mountains, so he could well be a very, very good price at 25-1.
Yes, and Quintana, if he can get to the Pyrenees, the big mountains, in a position where he can challenge for a place in the overall classification, meaning a top 5, possibly a top 3. I think the concern of Movistar and the team directors there will be that he doesn't lose time before that, because he's a rider, who does not like the windy conditions, and there's a number of days as we go across the southern part of France here, direction the Pyrenees, we could have some windy days, and that's something he do not like at all. So the big concern will be to get him to the Pyrenees, not losing anything major to the other big favourites, and then of course Quintana, he would be a one who could do a lot in the mountain stages. Winner of the Tour of l'Avenir in 2010, of course, so he is, he's been around a while, and he can time trial, and I think this year it's an opportunity for him as well. Our first time trial around the 30 kilometres, the second time trial is a mountain time trial, so that suits quite well. It's the opportunity for him to do something in general classification, but my concern is that he will lose time before we get to the stages where he can really prove his strong point climbing. I'm concerned that he will lose time on some of those difficult transition days.
So many options to play Movistar. May not have been your first choice of team to look at, but I suggest you scrutinise them very, very hard indeed. Mark Cavendish scrutinises every single finish, and in fact maps them into his brain. We were mentioning it earlier on. He has a phenomenal memory of courses that he's actually done before. He's got a new groovy bike, as you can see, liveried with his very own colour scheme in Viper Green, which is a Lamborghini racing colour, incidentally, and black and silver. Looks very, very shishi. And the big names kind of sticking together. There's Andre Greipel, just staying in touch, and your first look proper or in depth maybe at the Germans champions jersey. So there'll be a couple of white accented national champions jerseys, presumably very close together, and they are at the moment. Mark Cavendish just up there with the red, white and blue hoops. Can we call them hoops if they don't go all the way around? Probably not. And there is Andre Greipel, and those calf muscles of his, they're quite remarkable. Looks like he's smuggling frozen chickens. He is an athlete, that is for sure. I was a bit unkind about Andre Greipel in his early career, because he does have a rather cartoon-like face. But once the helmet comes off and the specs are off, he's actually softens up remarkably. He does look like a huge predator, mind you, when he's on the bike. And indeed, his legs and his powerhouse speak for themselves. His record is outstanding. He did win 3 stages last year, don't forget, and those are stages that Mark Cavendish would quite like to have taken. So it's not a Mark Cavendish shoe-in today. I think it's probably worth talking about some of the others major sprinters that we haven't really mentioned that much. Matt Goss, now top 4 on 6 occasions last year. let's not forget. And in fact, I think if you stripped out his fourth place, he had a couple of seconds and 3/3, something like that. Amazing performance by Matt Goss. He's still there, but just about a yard short, unfortunately. But let's not forget, he did win the Milan-San Remo, so when it gets a little bit bumpier, probably going to be a feature. Can't really see him, or indeed Brett Lancaster is going to be a lead man for him today, just getting the better of Cavendish, Kittel and Greipel, or even Sagan if he's minded. But Matt Goss will certainly be in the frame.
Yes, and Ulrika Greenedge, they can do a great job in the final. We've seen it, in the last year in the Tour of France. Every stage they were up there preparing the sprint for Gossier, but unfortunately he was always that little bit short against the bigger sprinters. We see this morning, as we came in here before we came to the commentary point, Robbie McEwen was going out on his bike, and he does the final every day in the Tour of France. And he relays that back to the team director out following the race. So they're told exactly what the finish is like, and what you can get no better man than Robbie McEwen to ride the last number of kilometres and tell you the points where it's a little bit dangerous, where you should maybe move up a bit, what position you should be in going into the corners. So they do recce really well, and it will be interesting to see if he can pull it together. In the Tour of Italy, Matt Goss was, he was off his best, certainly, because he wasn't getting up there at all in the shake-up in the big sprints. Interesting to see, can he improve? Has he improved his form? And can he get a stage victory in this year's Tour?
Well, we'll see. We'll find out presumably today. They will come to the fore very late on. Orica Greenedge, masters of conserving their energy until the very last moment. But as Sean was saying, they guide themselves in. And with Robbie McEwen, strangely a man who used to do it on his own, incidentally. He was a bit of a prize fighter. If it all started to fall down, then Robbie McEwen would always pop up, it seems, and quite often take an alternative line on the road, or maybe it was just the right line. And, he's handing on that wisdom. And he's got an amazing team behind him, Matt Goss. He's got Brett Lancaster, of course, Cameron Meyer, Stuart O'Grady is also there, Svein Tuft, Simon Gerrans, Albertini, Cy Clark. These guys, they're quality. All right, Simon Clark might well be their sort of nod to the mountains, if you like. But they have got some quick men, and the quickest of all of them on a good day is Matt Goss, and on a good day, Matt Goss is the best. 114 kilometres to go, 2 minutes and 36. We're just going through the papers as they start to head towards the feed zone. It will be bidons to the fore and crowds scrubbing around for jettison drinks bottles and the like, and the men in the underpants are out. So it's party time along the main street here as we come into Sari Solenzana. Five riders just coming into town here, and they'll be getting their bidons before you know it. I don't know what the radio is. Maybe he's just ordering his particular treat of the day. Not quite sure. Juan Antonio Fletcher saying, I'd rather have cake than omelette, please. Did you have a special demand, Sean, as to what was in your bidon, or did you not care?
Or possibly Fletcher's asking, can we go back to the peloton, because we're just being left hang out here, and the peloton is in control of the situation and has been for a long time, and it looks like it's going to go on for a long way into this stage. As we can see, this 2.5 minutes, just in or about that, just leave them hang out there. And the only possibility now is that we will see the peloton pushing on as we get through the feed station for the intermediate sprint point. That is going to be the interesting one, and if that happens, well then we could see some more aggressive racing earlier on. Otherwise, it's going to be this tactic, the sprinters teams controlling the situation and just allowing our 5 leaders to stay on out there and just calm things down back in the peloton.
You're absolutely right. Fletcher's long in the tooth and doesn't need to mess around like this. That's fantastic. Yes, one of those wire slides, but they take the bike with them. Yes, Fletcher, more than aware that because as they pass through the feed zone, they have a looming sprint 50 kilometres later, basically saying, do you really want us to carry on like this, burning our energy? Probably the sponsors saying, absolutely. But it's not just about the sponsors, certainly not on a long Tour de France, and Fletcher could have another good day, let's not forget. These days he very much has got himself as part of escape groups. just to get himself to the fore. Possibly not a major feature towards the end, but yeah, you never know. And yes, I think they're ultimately doomed. He knows that, and he's having a big old chat with everybody else and saying, look, shall we all just pack it in? Just going back to your feed bag, Sean, as he collects one. Occasionally they do build treats in for riders. So I remember Daniel Lloyd saying he accidentally picked up once, I think it was David Miller's bag, and it was full of jelly sweets and things like that, and he threw it. He didn't know it was his until the team radio came back and said, has anyone got David Miller's bag? And I don't know whether he admitted it to it or not, because it was in the bushes. Anyway, we'll come back in a few moments and talk about goodies, preferred or not. You'll so often see stuff wrapped in foil, which is not terribly modern. A little bit of cake or something like that, especially on a longish day. I'm not sure that they're up for special treats just yet, as our friends on their bicycles continue to do their thing. It's quite a low-key celebration of the 100th, but I like it. We'll take a break. Back in a moment. Welcome back. Well, just as we were saying, Juan Antonio Fletcher delved into his bag and pulled out half a jam donut wrapped in foil. There you go. Obviously his treat of preference. We've just seen as well that Peter Sagan is actually blacked up like a sniper on his cheeks. So he's got sort of non-reflective, how can I put this, sort of face paint, which apparently stops the glare. I suppose he's coming by the coast. I think it's possibly for effect, to go with his rather fetching 3-part beard and moustache combination. So yeah, I'll let you work it out for yourselves a bit later on. Sean. Excuse me. Sean, we were just talking about treats and snacks. Was there anything you particularly liked?
No, nothing out of the ordinary. Which,
easily pleased.
Yes, easily pleased, I suppose is the wording. In my time, of course, there were not as many the energy bars which we have got now, and that is probably 80% of the musette that the riders are just picking up at this moment as they go through the feed station. We've seen a rider there from Saxo Bank actually drop one, and that does happen a lot, even when you're going at a very slow rate, which is happening at the moment. But when you come through at a real fast pace, well, then there's musettes and there's bidons, food everywhere on the road. But there is riders who do like something, and we did see Fletcher there. The teams do make up something wrapped in tin foil, rice cake, a piece of rice cake, for example, a piece of apple tart. Just something more solid, because with the energy bars, you can imagine having them for 3 weeks on end. It does, get boring in the end, and so you do have something, something of a little bit of a difference. And the rice cake is a very popular one. Rice tart also.
As you can see, the gap has come down, and as Jérôme Cousin decides to make a last break for the sponsors, the remaining breakaway boys have had their cake and eaten it, and indeed the peloton are catching them. As you can see, the gap around about 16 seconds or so. Yes, Juan Antonio Fletcher saying, look, we're nobody's monkey out here, and as you can see, they've really sat back, goodness me, within sight, and just look at the clock pan out. There is no real desire by the chasers here, the main bunch, to actually catch the guys out front, so they've had their feed and they're allowing them to go off up the road again. Well, it's kind of bordering on the silly, I suppose, but anyway, there you go. Jérôme Cousin, I think if he'd given up the ghost, then possibly they all would have done it as well, but they're riding on, and everyone fed and heading up the Eastern Coast Road as we speak. Well, in a few moments' time, we're going to be going through all of today's sprinters, and I understand we're going to be starting with Matt Goss and hearing their words about what will be a swift run-in today. So we'll be taking them one by one. I assume that Matt Goss will certainly be speaking English. Mark Cavendish has got a few languages under his belt, but I suspect he'll be speaking English as well. As for Marcel Kittel, he often does talk English, so does Andre Greipel, but I suspect German. So we will have Mike Smith on hand to have a chat in just a few moments' time. As you look down, you see plenty of national jerseys, and you also see Philippe Gilbert's World Championship hoops there on display. The great Belgium, who was fantastic a couple of years ago, had a bit of a hiatus after winning just about everything. Well, he's back with us. And yes, just to the left you see the red, white and blue of Mark Cavendish. Up towards the front you see the red sort of hoop sash down the around the midriff of the Polish champion Kwiatkowski. Just over to the right of centre you saw the German national jersey as well. You may have noticed the Japanese jersey. It's Yukiya Arashiro of Europcar. He has the rising sun, white with a red emblem on it. The Swiss champion Michael Schaar is here as well, and Arthur Vichot, French champion. I think that's just about done it. Oh, Johnny Hugeland, could we forget? A man who, for many people, is that superstar. And of course Peter Sagan, as you know, is the Slovak champion we mentioned earlier. Rein Taramay, somebody's shouting. Yes, you're absolutely right, the Estonian champion for Cofidis. There we are. So, let's meet, shall we, the guys who are going to animate the end of today. Matt Goss for Orica Green Edge. They usually come to the fore late on. We've been busy with Marcel Kittel's Argos Shimano team, the Omega Pharma boys in their light blue, white and black for Mark Cavendish, and Geert Steegmans will be their last man. There's the aerobatics team that were doing their stuff earlier on today. I presume they're going to have another go later on. And of course Andre Greipel for Lotto Belisol with their red, white and blue, plus that golden shoulder, which I'm sure he'll be using to barge through a little bit if he needs to. So let's meet the quick men, shall we, including Peter Sagan, I believe, but starting off with Matt Goss.
Last year, no win at the Tour, and what will be this year?
Hopefully a win, I guess. Look, we got close a lot of times last year. I think 5 times in the top 2 and 3. So, and I also had top 2 and 3 finishes the year before. So it's definitely still a big goal for me, and it's definitely something that we've come here with a great team, not just for myself but for all the riders here. There's a lot of opportunists, and we really want to try and get that stage win, especially the first one for an Aussie team in Orica.
The first one for also the yellow jersey.
Oh, exactly, that's why it makes it a special start here. Probably a little bit more nervous than if we had a sprint day after a prologue, but it's a great opportunity to have a real crack at the yellow jersey. And you know, the first 2 stages should be sprints, but maybe stage 3 might be the jersey change hands, I think.
This year you have already beaten Cavendish. What do you think? What you can do against him tomorrow, Saturday?
Yeah, look, it's going to be difficult. Cav's one of the fastest guys, and probably one of the fastest guys in the sport's history. So it's not going to be easy. And there's a lot of other good sprinters. You know, there's probably 8, 9 good top-level sprinters that are here and all going really well. So look, I have to rely on the guys that are here to help me, and know that the training I've done has been correct and right and enough. And look, we're going to see you on the Saturday afternoon, and hopefully throughout the tour.
Cavendish have a train this year. You also have a good train. Who has a better train?
I'm always going to say mine. Look at the guys. No, look, it's going to be something we find out. We've got 18 months more experience, or 12 months more experience than we had last year at the tour, so hopefully that really works well for us, and we can really use what we've learnt over the last 18 months to make those seconds and thirds into at least a win for the tour.
Matt Goss, I do like Matt Goss, 26 years of age, kind of wise beyond his years really. Orica Green Edge, they seem to have been around for such a long time. They're a relatively new team, 3 seasons, and Matt Goss has been a constant part of that. Makes you wonder what they would do as a team if they had someone like Richie Port on board as well, whether they'd change their focus. Or indeed Cadel Evans. There are plenty of top Australian cyclists out there, but it is a focus very much on the quick men, and the quickest within Orica Green Edge on his day is Matt Goss. And as you heard, he's very much sticking it to the team and saying, come on boys, let's do it. They haven't been around for that long, Sean, Orica Green Edge, but they feel like they're very much part of cycling history already. Such was their success right from the very off.
Yes, well, I think they had a very successful beginning, winning Milan-San Remo with Simon Gerrans, and getting a lot of very good wins. and very much up there in the end of the stages. When you look at last year's stages in the Tour de France, preparing the sprint for Gus, they were always there. They always had the team in block on the front of the bunch, or very close to the front of the peloton. So it feels like they're around a long time, but when you count back the years, it's a short time. And we did hear Matt Gus saying we have 12 months more experience, so hopefully that will help them and to get a stage victory here. And if they can pull off the first one, well then it takes the pressure off, and sometimes that's what a team needs, and from there they just build on it.
Cyril Lemoine does not look like he's going hell for leather, and that's because he's not. The gap that was down to around about it was down to around about 12 seconds at one point before the bunch absolutely sat up as a block. In fact, there were about 20 riders square across the road and said, no, we don't want to catch you just yet. So there's this mind game. It's almost like an unwritten code between breakers and the pursuers that you better leave them with some kind of belief that they could do something on a day. Otherwise, they'll just give up, and then it doesn't serve anybody any purpose. A little bit of stretch of the hams going on there. It was Maxime Bouet for AG Tour La Mondiale, another team that really do need to start functioning very well and fairly soon. They don't really have that many options, although Samuel Dumoulin can actually go well on a quick day, but I think he's a bit long in the tooth these days and short of stature maybe. You just saw Arthur Vichot, French tricolor. Our French director is doing all the favours for the French nation, and why not? This is their big party. We're kind of invited along, and very pleased to do so as well. Just saw Pierre Roland a moment ago, and this is Jérôme Cousin, who's part of the early break today. 103.9 kilometres to go. Now the sprint today comes at 63 kilometres, so in 40 k's time. There may well be a bit of pace about this, so although that has been our average speed up until now, I reckon we'll probably be getting there in about 45 minutes time as they start to get a little bit twitchy. The green jersey men start to think about the long game. We're talking sprinters, of course, and they will contest it. That's what Juan Antonio Fletcher was whinging about, essentially. I think he was also a bit upset earlier on that he didn't get to take the polka dot jersey. That will be on the back of Euskaltel's Juan Jose Lobato. There he is, number 115, wearing the bright orange. So he did it for the Basque boys and did a very good job. There is number 161, Lars Bohm. Just drifted out of the screen there. He's coming in. Big of frame, Lars Bohm. Big, powerful man. I don't know whether I'm imagining it, but I seem to remember Lars Bohm and Samuel Dumoulin being in a break once. And Samuel Dumoulin was offering no respite at all to poor old Lars Bohm, who was basically in the wind no matter whether Sam Dam was in front of him or not. Shrug of the shoulders, and as you can see, the pace really has knocked back so far back, in fact, that they're all still chewing and chatting. Oh, your first look, there we are, at Francis de Jure, close up. That's their new jersey. I actually quite like it, to be honest. A bit more defined than was previous, mostly white with blue accents down the side, and now that French royal blue almost in its entirety. Looks rather good. I like, Sean, some of the ways that the jerseys are going quite retro. The new Belkin outfit I very much like. It reminds me of something from the 1960s.
Yes, and it's something if the past 2 or 3 years the retro jersey seems to be becoming more popular, and you see so many people out using the jerseys and riding these sportives, and the teams also are getting more teams are going back to the retro style.
There we are, a bit of a whiff of Herefords there, along with Charolais and Frisians, if I'm not mistaken. Sean, you're a cowman, you won one once. What are the brown and white ones? You've no idea, have you? All Sean usually says at moments like this, it's not a Belgian blue.
We'll call them the local breed.
Yes, a bits of this and bits of that. 100.9 kilometres to go, and we're heading for that golden marker on the 100th Tour de France. And as you can see, it's There's no great momentum at the moment. I suspect when we get to within around about 10 k's before the intermediate sprint, then this is going to get quite lively. There's too many points up for grabs, Sean, for them to ignore it.
Well, you would reckon there's a lot to be gained for the green jersey classification, but I think we will see as we get 25 kilometres before the possibly 30 kilometres before the intermediate sprint, we will see a bit of action in the bunch, and they'll start up the pace, and we will know then if the big sprinters are really interested in getting the big points for the green jersey. But again, everybody's going to lose out here because there isn't anybody here for green jersey classification up in the breakaway. So what they might just say is, well, what's the point in chasing down these 5 riders? Just roll along to have a little sprint into the bonification point for the points that are left, and allow this break to just hang out here for quite a long time today.
Well, we're going to take a break, and we will be back with you in just a few moments' time. Welcome back. Tony Martin just shooting the breeze. He looked slightly miserable earlier on, and a bit pale of pallor. I'm not sure whether it's sunblock or whether he's just feeling off colour. Yes. Tony Martin. He's got challenging looks, but he has the most amazing ability in a time trial, and so who cares, frankly? Quite right too. Yes, Tony Martin just out the front doing his thing, and as he rolls on, we start to think about this intermediate sprint and whether they're actually going to contest it, try and pinch it off the breakaway. I don't think so. I think from what Sean was saying a little bit earlier on, he's busy ensconced at the moment trying to bake some coffee, which is what we're desperate need of on a quiet day today. Incidentally, if you'd like to expose your thoughts, then ideal kind of day for it on Twitter. It's Carlton Kirby. And don't forget, if you hashtag Eurosport Cycling, then it goes to the Eurosport family as well. So your thoughts and indeed comments get redirected globally, which is, it's quite a nice platform to have. So hashtag Eurosport Cycling, and then it gets to all the right places, including me. But if in the first instance you want to put Carlton Kirby, then that's it, at Carlton Kirby. 97.5 kilometres to go. And 3.5 minutes, just a little bit more than that right now. And it's sort of an easy time for these guys. And we will ease ourselves into our last feature of the day in just a few moments' time. The ASO, the organisers of this race, have done a number of historical packages for us to have a look at, one of which is about why and how the first Tour de France was created all those years ago, 1903. So the centenary, in fact, was in 2003, but the 100th, courtesy of the wars, First and Second World Wars, have indeed, of course, meant that the 100th did not come up until, well, right now. So with 97 kilometres to go, as we pass a scantily clad spinning club, shame they're all gentlemen, but anyway, there you go. Let's go back in time, shall we, with Mike.
A touch of imagination, fearsome commercial competition. Here are the real reasons behind the birth of the Tour de France. In 1902, to compete with the newspaper Le Vélo, which organised cycling races at that time, the newspaper L'Auto planned its retaliation in a Parisian restaurant one evening in November 1902. The editor, Henri Desgrange, and his journalist, Gilles Lefebvre, were working on a project that would ultimately change the history of sport. A cycling race in 6 stages over the roads of France. The miracle materialised in 1903 at Montgeron, in the southeast of Paris. A witness at that time, this is from our archives, it was Wednesday, July the 1st, it was very hot. There was a little cafe called Le Ré Matin. There were about 150 to 200 people, no more. A revolver shot signalled the start at 16 minutes past 3, exactly. 60 cyclists at the start, including Maurice Garin, the future winner. eventually at a little over 15 miles per hour average. And so, the first 2,428 kilometres in the history of the Tour were successfully covered.
There we are. Started at 16:03 with a revolver gunshot, and at 16:03 and 10 seconds, a pigeon hit the deck. 95.7 kilometres to go of this, the 100th running of the Tour de France. 3 minutes and 38 seconds is the gap, and we still have an escape group of 5 riders. They've been out there for, well, all day, frankly, and when they were threatened with being reabsorbed after they sat up, they were a little bit fed up about the pace they were having to maintain. The peloton duly agreed. They also sat up. No words exchanged, you understand, but, well, the danger being that they take the breakaways back in, and in so doing cause all hell to break loose. You can see though that teams are starting to get themselves into position to avoid things like road furniture. The pace is just starting to rise ever so slightly here. 3 minutes and 38, they might let them have it all as far as the major points are concerned for the sprint, Sean, but to my mind I think these guys are going to battle for the minor points on the day.
Well, it's difficult to know because the way they're racing today, it's hard to understand the tactic, what way they will go about it here. And there is time, I think, to close this breakaway down because, you know, the peloton, they've had an easy day, and if they really want to, they can close the breakaway down before the intermediate sprint. So it's all in control of the sprinters teams at the moment, and as we can see, 94.5 kilometres still to go. It is possible for the breakaway to close it down, but another 10 kilometres, 15 kilometres, we will see. We will have the answer to that.
Duncan Rimmer says, was it Corsican nationalism and independence that, or bid for independence, that meant that the Tour never came to Corsica before? As with all smaller parts of larger nations, I think there is a little bit of frisson, maybe animosity you might call it, certainly nationalism, and maybe bids for independence. But yes, I think the Tour kind of felt that perhaps they couldn't come on certain occasions, but politically it's all settled down. I think one of the spin-offs of the economic situation that has unfortunately turned down most economies globally, I think smaller elements within larger nations have probably quietened just a little bit, and they're happy to be part of a bigger club. Well, certainly they've been bidding for the Tour to come to Corsica in the past, and finally they have relented, and I think a great wrong has been righted, because to be honest, Sean, you wonder when you see it and the road surfaces we've got and the way the crowds are responding, why hasn't it been here before? It's going to come back. I imagine it's not going to be another 100 years, is it?
No, it's not going to be another 100 years. And reading in the paper this morning as well, the local paper here, they're talking about getting a start of the Giro in the next number of years here. There's a discussion ongoing between organisers of the Giro and the locals here. So we could see that happening in the next couple of years. I think it was a security problem, the number of years back, and that affected the coming of the Tour of France here to Corsica. The logistics is huge as well, because the press rooms, that's all on a ship out in the ocean here. So to accommodate a Tour of France, it is a huge undertaking, and you need to have the right facility. So it's taking a long time, and I think the big stumbling block was the security problems was here for a long time, and that was one of the reasons that it's taken so long.
As they roll through town, you can hear the reception they're being given here by the Corsican people, and I've got to tell you that it is such a beautiful place. I am definitely coming on holiday here. We do a lot of travelling, both Sean and myself. It's been a busy year, in fact, but believe me, it is so nice here. It's quite outstanding. There's a great mix as well. It's almost strange, part Spanish, part Italian, part French, and it reflects in the cuisine, so it's slightly different than you might get on mainland France. and a lot more reasonable, it seems, price-wise as well. I think that's sort of back in time, after leaving Nice, where a little bit shocked on occasion to be paying occasionally €3 for a can of fizzy drink. Out here, yes. Back to the old solid Euro. That'll do me. Thank you very much. Well, we've been lining up the sprinters for you. We heard from Matt Goss. Certainly more than a top 5 perhaps for him today, we'll see. What about the man who I think Cycle Sport said his arms are as big as some people's legs and his legs are as big as some people's torsos? Well, Marcel Kittel certainly got the legs, but has he got the speed today? And indeed, will he have the fortune to take the day? He's one of the top 3 favourites for today's stage. Let's hear from him.
Marcel, eerste etappe beim dem 100. Tour de France is een sprintetappe.
A stage for the sprinters, Marcel. One where you could win the yellow jersey? Yes, of course, that's the way I see it. I will try to sprint whenever there's a sprint to be won. We'll all do our best, but if we don't win today, there will be plenty of other days. Last year you weren't well. How are you feeling? Okay? Oh, I'm okay now. I'm 100%. I'm well motivated. I have 100% of the energy I hoped for.
Vielleicht besser als Cavendish mit John.
Your lead-out train is good with Degenkolb leading you out. Yeah, I'm very happy with it. They're all strong, but we're not only flat on the strong on the strong on the flat stages. We can also do well in the mountains, you know.
Danke.
We think we will have plenty of occasions to win stages, even in the hillier stages.
There we are. Yes, Argo Shimano, they might well punch above their weight when it comes to the sprints. Bit doubtful when it comes to mountains, but they do have Simon Geschke, the German. Tom Wielis as well can go well. 3 top 10s in 2012 for Wielis. He was sort of a quiet burner, really. So yes, they've got some very, very powerful riders. Just looking at Omega Pharma Quick Step right now, there's Mark Cavendish with his by now distinctive, almost badged black helmet, stealth-like. Well, he's there, and you don't have to go too far behind to find the German champion in the significant shape of Andre Greipel, who we'll be hearing from in just a few moments' time. Don't discount Peter Sagan today either. It may well be that he's going to have a quiet one by his own standards, go for a top 5 or something like that, pick up the points he wants, and then really destroy the field tomorrow. Possibly a good moment, Sean, to talk about tomorrow. We're on sort of flattish ground right now, but the mountains will definitely become part of the scenario.
Certainly tomorrow's going to be a more difficult stage, much more difficult than we're seeing today. Today, the perfect opportunity for the sprinters. Tomorrow, the question is, will they be some of the sprinters able to hold in there, hang in there? We're climbing to 1,630 metres. It is a long climb. It goes up for 10-12 kilometres. Looks highly unlikely that the big sprinters will be able to hang in the main peloton. It's a long ways from the finish. That is something which we might see them just not losing too much time on the climb, which is a second category climb, and getting back on the descent. So. If I was, to give an answer to your question, I would say I don't think we will see the sprinters getting over tomorrow. I'm afraid that is just going to be that little bit too difficult for them. But it all depends on how they race. If they race really aggressively, well, then it is a very, very difficult parcours. But with it being a long ways from the finish, it might be that the pace is not going to be extra high, so the sprinters could just about hold on in there, lose very little on the climb, and then get back in on the descent.
Well, Peter Sagan can climb, but it's usually sort of short, sharp shocks, and it does ramp up. It goes up in steps, so there is recovery time within the course tomorrow. We've got an uncategorised climb that will come around about the 58 kilometre mark. It then goes downhill to the next climb, which is category 3, another downhill section, and then 2 category 2 climbs, but with respite ramps in the middle of it. The big character tomorrow is going to be an enormous descent. We go from the 95 kilometre mark out of 156, so what's that, around about 60 kilometres to go. It's almost downhill until a last little kick, category 3 at the very end. If there are some quick men there, then it's going to come down to some real fighters, and it may well be a very, very select group of sort of the faster climbers, if that makes sense, tomorrow. So we look forward to a very, very different day to today. Today's been about management, I think, Sean.
Yes, it's all about management right from the beginning, and this breakaway of 5 get away relatively easy in the start and allowed to pull out an advantage 3 minutes in a number of kilometres there, that 3 minute advantage, and then the peloton just started to control the situation, getting a few sprinters teams, putting men up on the front and controlling the situation. And it's a difficult one for the 5 breakaway. It looked like that, Fletcher, last boom, I think he was the one that did not want to ride for a while there. He was, pretty much disappointed with the situation, the way things are going, and looked like he wanted to go back into the peloton, but the other ones wanted to push on, and he also just wanted to stay there, and there was a bit of discussion between himself and Fletcher there, but now they've started to work together again, and as we can see, the advantage is growing out to the biggest we have seen it all day, over 4 minutes.
Graham Lauman saying, do you think tomorrow's stage will have much influence on the race overall? Well, it could do. Depends on, you can have a bad day at any time, and it would be a bad day to have a bad day, let's put it that way. But if you're going to talk about gaps, I think deficits are going to start to show when it comes to the team time trial on stage 4 around Nice when we head back from the island. But then it's really going to bite just ahead of the rest day. There's going to be some tired legs, don't forget. Stage 8, Aix-Trois Domains, and then, of course, Bigorre. And that is proper high mountains, and that is essentially where the big names are going to be revealed to us as to their standing and indeed capabilities on what is going to be an extraordinarily tough Tour de France. It was designed to be. It is the 100th after all, and 2 times over Alpe d'Huez. We're talking about it now. We're asking ourselves a few questions, incidentally, as to whether it will be as dramatic a day as the profile suggests. Maybe it'll be 2 passes over the Alpe d'Huez on stage 18 that the peloton really just keeps something in reserve on the first passage. So I know I would. We'll see how that goes. Keeping something in reserve today are the sprinters teams. 87 kilometres to go now, and 4 minutes and 8. I think they're letting them have their leash. It's a long one, and Sean, I'm beginning to believe that these guys are going to sail through this sprint, and maybe one of them will fancy this, who missed out on the King of the Mountains, and if they finish well within the bunch, you never know, they might end up in the green jersey.
Yes, and when you look at our 5 leaders, I think Last Boom is probably the better one in the big bunch sprint. It's certainly going to be the case where they're going to contest this intermediate sprint now, because over the 4 minute advantage, and the bunch are just still rolling along at a pace which they have been doing all day. So it is going to be between the 5 riders here, and they deserve something. Being out here all day, they need to get some compensation for being up there for the day, and at least they will pick up some valuable points. And if Lars Bohm does get the top spot in the media sprint, well, then he might have a go and try stay up as close as possible in the final sprint to the line.
Well, we're just having a look at some of the vineyards that we've seen here. The white wines, incidentally, from Corsica are spicy, a bit like Gewürztraminer, sort of Alsatian wines. And the reds are meaty, as you'd expect. And indeed, if you can get a wild boar casserole, not a whole wild boar, just a bit of one on, obviously. Otherwise it would be rather a big casserole. Unless you're Obelix, it's not your thing. But yes, lovely wines, lovely people. Amazing place. I'm coming back. Let's talk, shall we, to André Greipel, the new German champion. He likes his jersey.
André, wir sind hier in Porto Vecchio.
André, you've had a very warm welcome here, arriving here in your national jersey. Oh yes, it's a nice jersey. I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud to have it on my shoulders here in Corsica. Would you be happy to change it for yellow? But of course, it's every man's dream to wear the yellow jersey. This first stage is obviously made for people like me. You have one of the best sprint trains at the finish of stages. You're happy? But of course, Cavendish also has a good train. What's the difference between the two? Well, I'm obviously going to say I think we have the best. We're well drilled, we've practiced hard. And we're going to try everything when we get into the closing stages. We have the experience, we know the route. Do you think long term about maybe the green points jersey? Well, we'll have to wait and see about that. It's a long race. Yes, of course it would be great if I could win the green jersey. But everything above this first stage will be a bonus for me.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, as well, it would be a bonus for Andre Greipel if he manages to get one over yet again on Mark Cavendish. It's almost cathartic. They were part of the same team at HTC, of course, and I think when Greipel got his first win on the Tour de France, I remember him just almost screaming at the sky, and in fact he got a bit tearful later on, saying what might have been, what a waste, what wasted years, he said. He's carrying a lot of baggage, and he's a couple of years older, let's not forget, as he's in his 30s and Mark Cavendish still very much in his 20s, that yes, time's running out to constantly be in a position to beat Mark Cavendish, and so there's a little bit of that going on as well, which we absolutely love. And of course, Greipel's got Adam Hansen, Greg Henderson, Jürgen Rollins, as we mentioned, as a fantastic lead-out team. That said, Mark Cavendish's lead-out team has found itself maybe a little bit shaky at the beginning of the year in the Middle East. In fact, Mark Cavendish himself was talking about the fact that he was going to have a few words, I remember, earlier on this season. Well, whatever words he had, they worked an absolute treat, and he now has an equally strong lead-out train. So it's going to be fascinating at the end today. Thanks for those of you who have written in on Twitter, by the way. It's Carlton Kirby. If you hashtag it Eurosport Cycling, then you will receive a much wider spread to your messages, incidentally. Somebody asking a little bit earlier, is it true that Blanco are not riding? Well, they are. They have just changed sponsors. And so just to remind you, they are now Belkin Pro Cycling. And it's their first outing for the green and black jersey. And if you just wait a moment, you're going to see one. There it is. Lars Bohm for Belkin. So formerly Rabobank, as we were explaining a little bit earlier on, just in case you missed it. But yes, rather attractive and fetching it is as well. So thanks for that, and indeed all your other questions. I'm sorry I just missed out on. I've got so many texts coming in, incidentally, tweets coming in, that forgive me if I remember your question and then have lost you off the screen. But I'll do my level best to say hello to all of those of you who are chatting with us today, of which you are many, and that's great news. 82.4 kilometres to go. 4 minutes and 8 seconds is the gap right now, and these guys are going to have a sprint to enjoy. Now, who's your money on, Sean, out of the five?
Well, Boom, I think, is the faster one. Although I did say that in the earlier sprint of the KOH classification, but I think if it's a straight out sprint, he's the one proven that he can stay up there, and we can see the style of rider as well. He's a big, strong rider, so I reckon he should be able to take this intermediate sprint.
There we are, the voice of Sean Kelly. 82 kilometres to go. Well, they've had their fun, and then it wasn't funny anymore. They decided, the breakers, that no, we're going back. They set up just beyond the feed zone, then so did the peloton. And so we had a sort of a standoff. It's Tommy Vogler, described as the crazy uncle that turns up at all the best parties, and I think that's probably absolutely bang on, described by me that way, by the way. Tommy Vogler, I do love him. He animates a tour like nobody else, and as far as the French are concerned, this man has got under their skin.
Yes, well, he is an unbelievable rider. When he gets into the breakaway, he just can continue on, and he just pushes the breakaway, gets the best out of everybody. Not the most liked rider, because I think when he's in a breakaway, he's difficult to live with, always giving out to the riders. You're not giving it your 100%. Come on, keep pushing. And if a rider is suffering and he's trying to get a recovery time on the tail end of a group, he doesn't get an easy time from Thomas Vogler, and that's the reason a lot of the riders, we believe, do not like him. He's not the most popular rider, but he certainly is very entertaining. And when you look at his palmarès in the past years in the Tour of France, when he gets into a breakaway, he can just keep the break motivated, keep it going, and hold on to a big advantage and take the yellow jersey, which he has done a number of times, and held on for so many days with the yellow jersey on his shoulders, and finishing up in a great overall classification in the Tour.
I remember the year that Cadel Evans won in 2011. The Schlecks did the brotherly 1-2 up the Galibier. Cadel Evans was my hero on that day because nobody was helping him, and he basically won the Tour there and then. But all the attention was on Tommy Vogler, who fought like crazy to hold on to yellow. It was an astounding performance on terrain that he wasn't meant to excel at, Sean.
Well, yes, right from the beginning, when he took the first yellow jersey of his career in the Tour, we were saying that he would just, a number of days and it would be over. And it was amazing the way he just, kept on battling, kept on fighting, and held on to the yellow jersey. Just lost a little bit of time on the difficult days, but held on for a lot longer than anybody had forecasted when he got into the yellow jersey position.
Just watching a seaplane ply its trade up and down the coast here. Apparently it's part of their coastal monitoring, so it's spotting people that may well have got taken by the tides. If you've got an inflatable rubber dinghy and you get a bit lost, then you'll be glad of that seaplane, believe me. There are some nasty tides around here, by the way. I know we were saying bring the kids. Well, they have some lovely safe coves, and they are designated, and so yes, you won't get any nasty currents if you just follow the advice. 4 minutes and 5 now is the gap, 79.5 kilometres, and guess what? It's our three teams still up to the fore, and it's been like this for much of the day. Omega Pharma Quickstep working on behalf of Mark Cavendish with their sort of I think blue bleeding into black and white outfit. Argo Shimano, nearly all white, and probably one of the least distinctive jerseys out there. Francis Lejeune thought they were so close to it, they decided to go all blue this year, and are much better for it. So come on, Argos, get yourself sorted out colour-wise. There's a whole palette to play with out there. And Lotto Belisol, which is quite a groovy outfit, but is starting to look a little bit dated these days. I think you might say sort of 80s throwback, but then again, that's me too, I guess, in my prime, as it was. Andre Greipel with his golden shoulder. His teammates, that is. He himself is wearing the German tricolour. A lot of settlement has been here for such a long time, and here we are, the archaeological site of the Villa Antique de Alera. That's the antique village of Alera, and yes, as you can see, it had its little covered walkways at one time, since been sawn off and used elsewhere. Garden furniture at a garden near you, presumably. But they did have baths as well, as you can see from the sunken areas where they'd light fires. It would all heat up nicely, and you could watch the stars and sing a song. Yeah, there was no TV back then, but nonetheless spectacular. Nice has its own amphitheatre, by the way. Quite remarkable it is too. So the Romans were busy doing their thing in this part of the world, and in fact many people have fought over this island over the centuries, which is why it's been moderately troubled. Joey Silver says, how come Carlton Kirby knows so much about cows? I don't know, I'm a country boy, I guess. Sean Kelly once won a cow. Which race was it? Can't remember.
In an after tour appearance race in Holland.
There you go. Got a cow. And you did ship it, didn't you? Or didn't you?
Shipped it as far as Belgium. Down the road.
And then ate it. There we are. Fort de Matra. There we are. Matra giving its name to a rather spooky looking 3-seater sports car. 3 in the front, none in the back. There is the Fort de Matra with its defendable walls all offset, and it looks like they started building it and said it's not square, so it was too late now. Get on with it. Attractive as it is. The Fort de Matara, in fact I've got it, built on a rocky outcrop in the north of Aleria, overlooking the Tavanganai River. I'm sure I've brutalised that. Where you can tickle a trout, apparently. Built around 1484, and they built it rather well. There we are. I was reminded, incidentally, when I was trying to read what it said earlier on, I said it was l'UM. It was actually 100th in French. Mike Smith pointing that out for me. I know that is a bicycle made out of hay bales. This is a peloton being split by road furniture at the moment, and in no great hurry. It's going to be a long day for them, Sean.
Yes, it is going to be a long day, which is surprising for the big tours. The 4 stages are always, pretty active, a lot of aggressive racing. Today is not the case, and they just continue on to work on it here, as we can see, around the 4 minutes all the time, and it's the sprinters teams are still controlling. But looking back at last year, I think also in the first days of the tour wasn't that big aggressive racing either in the first number of days. So when it starts off like that, it's often the case where it can continue on for a number of days, but the terrain will change that. Tomorrow's terrain will give a lot more opportunities to different teams, different riders, so the race will be much more contested. I think the teams and the team directors, they will, in the briefing tomorrow, they will be saying, well, there's a lot more here today, a lot more opportunities, where going out on today's stage, it was always going to be the question, if there was a number of the sprinters teams going to take the race and control the situation, well then we would have exactly what we're seeing right from the beginning of the stage today, a 5-man breakaway, and then the peloton just taking control of the race and what happens and what the breakaway is allowed to do.
Jackie H writing in saying, I've been informed by my hubby that it was a water bomb, a flying boat, and not a seaplane. It was a seaplane, but I know what you mean. There are no fires here at the moment, and they don't fly around loaded up. And but anyway, yes, seaplanes, and they're pretty handy actually at the little outlying islands that they have, which they also service. So I'm not sure whether they hurl postal bags out the back. I've seen that done before in my time on the South Pacific, on the small tropical atoll of Funafuti. That's turning the clock back. We'll take ourselves a break. 75.8 kilometres to go, 3 minutes and 45, and still we wait. And it looks like Degenkolb handing out bottles. He looked decidedly lumpy. These guys, well, they've had a lumpy-ish course today. Nothing serious, just a few wandering ups and downs. We've been wondering who it is that's going to contest this sprint. So we'll take that break, and then we'll be back to see who does exactly that. And I'll dip back into Twitter. It's Carlton Kirby, and don't forget hashtag Eurosport Cycling to hit an even bigger audience live here on Eurosport. See you in a moment. You want busy? It just got busy. There's been a crank up in the pace. Now, I'm not sure whether this is an attempt to bring back our escapees, but 3 minutes and 22, suddenly from they've lost a minute. Maybe there is an urgency and indeed a belief, and if Mark Cavendish and the likes of Marcel Kittel, Andre Greipel are going well, they can all egg each other on. It's hard to keep a quality peloton at bay if they're minded to attack you, and it looks like we have that pace right now. This looks like olive groves. You always tell olive groves because they have nets underneath them, because if the olives fall on the floor, they're tainted. There you go. The Etang de Dian Come on, Deanne. What was the tang? There are salt evaporation areas here. There we are. Rubbing salt into the wounds later on may well be some of our quick men. I understand we've got Andre Greipel. No, I beg your pardon. Peter Sagan waiting to speak to us in just a few moments' time. Looking forward to that. Just look at this. Why would you not want to? Fantastic. Let's have a chat with Sagan, shall we?
You don't have a real train, but you also can win a stage alone. You think tomorrow is possible for you, a win?
Domani vediamo, io sono qua per provare.
Tomorrow we'll just have to wait and see. I'm here to try my best every day. I think I've arrived here in very good condition. So the first day or two should be good for me. I have to grab every opportunity that comes my way to get the most points towards the green jersey. I have to try hard every day. But the tour begins tomorrow. That was when he did the interview the day before, of course. The tour has now begun today.
Certainly has, Mikey, and pace picks up just a little bit earlier on, and you can see from the cadence that that's exactly the case. It's heading down towards the 3-minute mark. It was around about 4 minutes and 20 not that long ago. And so the trains, they've been getting together a little bit. Jake Clayton saying, will we be seeing many of those semi-aero helmets on this tour? A little bit too hot. You posed the answer yourself, Jake. You're absolutely right. It is warm. It's actually rather pleasant as well, I've got to say. It's warm rather than baking hot. But as you can see, there are clouds gathering, and we might well have rain tomorrow. It's hard to predict. Not too hard to predict who will be in the frame today. Quite hard to predict who will win it. Just looking at Philippe Gilbert, had an early bike change today. Nice to see him back and on form. Of course, our world champion had an off year after an incredible year. 71.8 to go. 2 minutes and 59. And still, while we wait, we're on a little downhill section. They've been driving into the course right now. Stuart Briggs says, please tell more about Sean's cow win. We will, Stuart, just not today. I think we've actually dealt with it a couple of times. He was going to export it, but I don't think it got beyond Belgium. I think they started licking their lips, and well, it's hollandaise sauce and all that kind of stuff to be dealt with, I suppose. Yes, it all comes into the equation. Did you sell it?
Yes.
Lad, there you go. I asked a straight question.
Yes, actually sold it to a Belgian farmer, and yeah, the plan was to get it back to Ireland, but complicated. Getting it shipped back. I think it would cost me more to get it back than the value of the cow.
There you are. So he handed over his bovine prize for a wad. Did he get a good deal?
Did good, yes. Did well.
71.2 kilometres to go. 2 minutes and 54. It's underneath the 3-minute mark. Sean, this sprint, it's we're heading for it right now. It's going to be a well, will they or will they not catch them? 63 mark it is. So in 7K's time, it's not going to happen, is it?
No, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. I think if the sprinters teams were really going to go for it, we would have seen a lot more action, quite a number of kilometres further back on this road. And at the moment, we're getting to that 70 kilometres to go. I think from here on we will see just the pace starting to push upwards, and everybody will be getting a bit nervous as we get into the final. An hour and a half of racing here, but for the intermediate sprint, it looks like that the 5 riders, we will certainly hold on out there.
Neil Kuhnhan says, what do you think of Andy Schleck's chances of winning a stage this year? He might get a stage, but to be honest, it would be because others aren't really that bothered. He's not a general contender. He admits that himself, so limited expectations, but frankly, I think even that's beyond him. His form has been shocking. Apart from anything else, it's in the head that is his problem, and his brother's not around. I used to use him as a foil and indeed as encouragement. Frank's on the naughty step, as you know, and Andy doesn't seem to be able to function without him. They'd even wait for each other, I remember, just wouldn't attack each other. They did, of course, do the brotherly 1-2, as we mentioned earlier, on the Galibier in 2011, but yes, there are the vineyards we've been talking about on the light chalky soil, which produces very sweet grapes, I understand. We tried some white wine yesterday. I'm always a bit, when the white wine comes out, you think, it's going to be a bit vinegar, it's going to be a bit sharp. Not at all. Absolutely gorgeous. There we are. So it rolls on, I'm afraid. And guess who's rolling into contention right now? Yes, it is. And they're going to fight for these minor places. They may not take the major points, but there are points to be had. And already Cannondale are there, and so are Orica Green Edge. Matt Goss is going to have a crack at this. And why not? Matt Goss can play the game just as much as everybody else. So Orica Green Edge coming to the fore, along with Cannondale. And the cloud has almost wiped out all the shadows at the end of today. It's extraordinarily bright. It remains. So here we are. Lotto Belisol 7%, Argus Shimano 13%, Omega Pharma Quickstep 80%. Quickstep is, of course, Mark Cavendish. Argus Shimano is Kittel. Lotto Belisol is Andre Greipel. They've been hiding their light under a bushel. Well, time to step out and step up to the plate if you want to have a go at this. Cannondale have done exactly that. They're getting to the fore. So are Orica Green Edge. This bodes very well, Sean.
Yes, well, of course, they all have to try and get some points for the green jersey classification, the points classification. If you have any intention of going for overall green jersey classification, well, then you have to get involved in the sprint, because you cannot allow the other sprinters to take the big amount of points is available. Although with the 5 riders out front, it's not going to be as big. But again, they're all starting to appear here in the front, and they're all going to have a bit of a sprint here and try and get some points from this one.
Here we go then. So who do you fancy? 5 kilometres to go until that sprint. Somebody amongst this lot is going to have a crack, because it'll be a lot of points, and if they can finish indeed within the substantial points that are on offer later on, you never know. Someone like Lars Bohm might just back in and find a kick late on. We'll see. Probably a long shot, but nonetheless. So the sprint is approaching, and that's why Orica Green Edge, in their blue, green and white outfits, and they, same colours but mostly green, of Cannondale, are coming to the fore. They, of course, are working for Peter Sagan. This could be very useful for Sagan. If they work well, and he goes well right now, look at it, they're all smiling, they're up for a fight here. This is good.
Yes, it's going to be give some interest here for the sprint, because it's been a relatively quiet stage here. There's nothing happened, and it will be it will just create a little bit of an upward in the pace, certainly, as we come into the final 5 kilometres to this sprint, and possibility of it just going on from there. And that's what we need in this stage, somebody to continue on as we go through the sprint point, and then the race will continue all the way to the finish in this final 60 kilometres. I think Sagan, he's got to make this sprint, because the other sprinters are definitely going to go for it, so he has to stay up there as well and get into the top 3 or 4 in the bunch, and then that way he's not going to lose too much to the other bigger sprinters.
So almost forced, drawn into the action right now, where maybe he would have preferred to rest up, but there are so many points on offer, let's not forget, for the intermediate sprints, that it adds up. At the stage end, on a flat stage such as today, 45 points for those first across the line, 35 for second, so it's a 10-point gap, don't forget. Right here, when it comes to the intermediate sprints along the way, 15 riders get points. First one gets 20, 17, 15, 13, 11. That takes care of the 5 up the road. But there's 10 on offer for the next man across the line. That's the best of the pursuers, all the way down to 1 point. Got that? Good. So these guys know that there are 5 up the road. They're going to take the handful of the lion's share, if you like, of the points. However, there is a very important 10 points up for grabs, probably for a quality sprinter, and if that sprinter features at the end as well, they'll have a clear gap when it comes to the green jersey points tally, and that is absolutely vital. Just relaying in Ed King for Cannondale, bringing some water up to his boys who are busy. And hey, guess who? Francis de Jure and Nasser Bouhanni's boys are there, Sean, in the blue.
Yes, and it's going to be it's certainly going to be a highly contested sprint here. We can see all the sprinters' teams are starting to appear here on the front, so it looks like that they're all going to try and get maximum points here. And as you said, 10 points is quite a lot to pick up here, and if you can do a good sprint in the end, well, then it puts you very much up there on the top of the green jersey classification.
So who's going to go for this? Well, it looks like Lars Bohm is best minded. He's just keeping himself out of the win at the moment. That is Fletcher with the navy blue and sort of sunburst yellow. A bit upset that he didn't manage to nail the polka dot jersey for the one climb today. That went to the man in the orange here. That is Juan Jose Lobato of Euskaltel. Europe car is represented in the lime gold, the dark green of Cousin, Jerome Cousin, wearing number 53 up there. Cyril Lemois is from Soyason, Sao Soyason, in the sort of green and white, and the unfamiliar Lars Bohm in the unfamiliar jersey, I should say, of Belkin, who has replaced as sponsor Blanco, or indeed picked up sponsorship off Rabobank as it was. So there they are. They are our escapees. They have contested the King of the Mountains, and right now they're going to pick up the lion's share for this intermediate sprint of the points on offer. The real race goes on behind them for the 10-point bonus, and indeed all of the points on offer, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, all the way down to 1. Still remaining. They will cross for 20, 17, 15, 13 and 11 points. Hope you've got that. Well, there you are. There is a warning that there is a speed cam on the road, a radar. I imagine it'll probably be flashing away like Billio in just a few moments' time, depending on the speed levels that they're expected to ride at here. 65 kilometres to go, so it tells you that it is now that we have our sprint today. They've got two remaining. 2 to go. Well, still they just roll through. Nobody looks particularly animated at the moment, but I suspect they will in a wee while. Meanwhile, the gap was over 4 minutes, don't forget. It's down to 2. Now, somebody might just sprint through this and then sprint on. A long way out. I imagine it would tucker out their teams. Might be somebody who just fancies themselves a bit of a puncher. Right, let's have a look down, shall we? Left-hand side of your screen, you have the white jersey, left-hand side of the road, white jersey with a red sash. That's the Polish champion. That is Kwiatkowski. A couple of riders behind him, you find Mark Cavendish. White jersey with the red, white and blue hoops. Right next to him is Andrei Greipel, keeping very, very close tabs on him. And here come Argos Shimano with Marcel Kittel. He's in there. And the Slovakian champion, Peter Sagan, is part of that lime green Cannondale, dead centre of your screen. To the left of your screen, so on the right-hand side of the road, are the royal blue of Francis de Jure. New livery for them as we hit the 1 kilometre to go marker. They're all racing for Nasser Bouhanni, who has handed over the French tricolour to Arthur Vichot. Vichot might well help lead out Nasser Bouhanni, but it'll be Bouhanni in the royal blue that has a go. How close he'll get? Anybody's guess. Mark Cavendish wants it, Kittel wants it, Matt Goss wants it, Orica Greenedge are very much in the frame. Familiar look then to the team trains that are starting to fall, albeit with 63.8 kilometres to go, and it is now. So 800 metres, 700 marker just passed right now to that sprint line, and it's cat and mouse. I'm liking this. Fletcher looks a little bit more animated than he did earlier on. He's at the back right now, probably timed that little sequence of roll through to perfection. Cousin has a look over his shoulder. Fletcher's wise to it and goes to the right hand side of the road. And Juan Antonio Fletcher, maybe he stood out of the King of the Mountains. He certainly looked upset. Well, he's not going to be right now, because he's going to take this sprint line and he's not going to have to work too hard for it. But like the pro he is, doesn't take too much of a look back. But on his case, his last bomb, is he going to break his heart right at the very last? Oh, I think he might well, you know. Theo 200 metres to go. Lars Bohm is chasing him down. If the others didn't fancy it, he certainly does. And he's almost on his man. 200 to go. Fletcher realises he's there, comes out of the saddle, goes under the other side of the road, doesn't want to give him any draft at all. Oh, and Lars Bohm catches him and does the damage. He'll ride this one in, and Fletcher's been denied for a second time today, and he won't be happy about that. Oh, good work, Lars Bohm. Well executed, Sean.
Yes, well, Bohm, I think Lars was the strongest one there. You know, he just waited for the moment to see who was going to take up the chase after Fletcher. Nobody was willing to do it, and Bohm just went after him, and, you know, sheer power there. We could see the way he came across him, just took a little bit, fraction of a second to recovery, and then upped it again and took the sprint comfortably.
Poor old Fletcher. Well, he was, oh, hello. It's already kicked off, and the pace is up, and it's been injected by Cannondale. Now, look at this. Second man on this line here is Sagan. Directly behind him is Greipel, and Greipel goes. And there, this is how close they are. Greipel's gone early, and Mark Cavendish is just stalking. Doesn't want to give too many points away. Matt Goss is also in the frame here. Greipel lights it up. He hits the line and does the job. Goodness me, and you know what? Mark Cavendish just eased off slightly there, and Peter Sagan, I think, may have nicked an extra point at the line. Well, never take your eyes off. We joined that a little bit late because they've been really powering into it. We'll get those results for you in just a moment's time. A lot of shrugging of shoulders going on right now. Oh, fantastic. I've got a feeling that Sagan might have even pipped Mark Cavendish at line there. I guess we're about to find out. He has a look at his power meter almost immediately. Wow, it's been busy. Right, all look at yourselves, all decide what you did wrong, and then get it right next time. I'm hoping we're going to have a result of that intermediate sprint, because that was a cracker. Well, there you go. No bonus seconds up for grabs, don't forget, but plenty of points, and it's going to be like this every single day. Oh, yes. I like that.
Yes, Cavendish, I don't think he was giving it his 100% there. Maybe bluffing a little bit, giving a little bit of to the other sprinters, you know, leave them take some of the glory here, thinking of the final sprint as well. But Greipel, you know, quite strong there, but Cavendish not continuing. It looked like that he was just on the line, maybe lost the second place in that bunch in the group sprint to Sagan.
I think so. And you know, if it's a narrow points victory for somebody, and that somebody is not Mark Cavendish, then those things add up. 60.8 kilometres, here we are. Bohm, Fletcher and Lemoine. So you'll get your escapees. I'm not sure how much more of this we're going to see, to be honest. It's just the three that they've got for us right now. I'd like a full rack, frankly, because it has such an impact. Tell you what, we'll have a chat with our graphics people and see if we can get an expanded graphic for the intermediates, because they are of ever more importance when it comes to the green jersey classification. As soon as we get it on our official screen, I'll let you know. Goodness me. Wow. It's been suddenly animated, Sean. I quite like that. This looks like it's time to say I've just about had enough. Well, Lovato did a superb job earlier on, got himself the polka dot jersey, so why not chew on a bit of cake and get yourself back in the pack. Save some energy for later on and make sure you're not gapped, and then you can pull on that polka dot jersey with pride. There you go. So they've had their excitement, and now they're going to go back into rouleur mode, I imagine, unless somebody decides to do something crazy. Could be a day for the likes of Sylvain Chavanel if he wasn't busy having to look after Mark Cavendish. Not quite lumpy enough, though, I'll be bound. Reasonably flat roads as we head past the fruit groves here. Peaches, I understand. And indeed the vineyard as well. It's there is a lot at stake. And look at the cloud. It's just starting to billow ever so slightly. Yes. Well, Anybody's guess at the end from that performance. I'm not sure how much we can take, Sean. Maybe Mark Cavendish is hiding something from us, as well as Matt Goss. We'll see. I'll do my best to find out how that second sprint went for you and get a result and let you know exactly how those points panned out for the chasers. In the meantime, we're going to take ourselves a short commercial break. Whether anyone was hiding a light under a bushel, I guess we'll find out a bit later. Yes, nicely Greenedge just getting themselves back up into the right place at the right time. Not sure just how far up Matt Goss got at that point, but yes, maybe keeping his powder dry. We can find a quick step, having a chat. They don't look like they're in huge celebration mode. We'll see, shall we? We'll take that break and we'll be back and have a chat with some of you in just a moment's time. Welcome back. So shared by the 5 escapees, the last sprint, and it was in fact Lars Bohm that took it, so he got the 20 points. Further down, we were just discussing how they came across the line, the pursuers. Andre Greipel it was that took the 10 points. Mark Cavendish 9 points, Sagan 8, so yes, just a clincher in it perhaps. Boukmans 7, Matt Goss 6 points, Bouhanni 5. In that group, Chavanel 2 points. Stinkmans was in the sandwich, if you see what I mean, but having led out Mark Cavendish to the line. So Kev not having too much damage and not exerting himself too much. Greipel it was the man who wanted it most, it seemed, from the pack. And as you can also see, they have gone square across the road. 1 minute and 36 now between them and the escapees. I'm not sure, I think I called it as Lobato backed into the pack. Still not sure whether he has or not, but we'll have a look at that in just a few moments' time. That's the Arrow Straight Road we're on at the moment. Very much Roman profile, is it not? And we are heading to the northern tip of this beautiful island. See the mountains up towards the left there? That's where the cloud's starting to billow. The wind's dropped, incidentally. We were thinking it might well be a feature late on, but it blew up and it's blown away. And that man blew all the big names away, didn't he? Andre Greipel. He's actually known at home as the gorilla. But his mouth is so wide when he's busy sprinting. He's more like a basking shark. And yes, devours the opposition, I think. Sean, busier than I thought, and I like that, but they've absolutely knocked it back. It's time for a gel.
Yes, totally knocked it back, and we did see the advantage for the breakaway. It came down rapidly there. They were almost on them as they went through the sprint point, and the 5 are just pulling out again, and we can see it's just settled back into the same rhythm as we've been having all day. The peloton just rolling along and allowing the breakaway to hang out there.
Well, guess what? We have the man himself, Mark Cavendish, up next. Be interesting to see how today goes, because the weight of expectation on Mark's shoulders. He, of course, wants to wear the yellow jersey. That's natural enough, but then again, so does Peter Sagan of Slovakia, Andre Greipel of Germany, Matt Goss of Australia, Marcel Kittel, likewise a German, as Andre Greipel. But there's others out there as well who could take this. Let's find out how Mark calls it.
The first stage is a sprint stage. Could we see you in yellow after this first day?
Yeah, we could do. It's definitely a possibility. The first opportunity for a sprinter, I think, for 50 years, so I'm really, really motivated. The team's motivated. Well, there's a strong group of sprinters here, so I don't think it's going to be a given that will come away on Saturday with the yellow, but we'll definitely give it our best shot and see what happens.
You have a new team, a team built around you. Now, since the Giro, everything is working well, the train is okay. You are confident?
We're really confident. We've had some great results this year. We've got a group of some of the most experienced guys in sprinting here, some youthful guys that have worked really well this year, and a lot of my old teammates that have ultimately been successful in the past. So I'm excited to start here on Saturday and see what happens.
We don't have to forget, you also can really sprint alone. You don't need a train. What do you think about this?
It's easier with a train, though. You can win it alone, but with a team that works perfect, it's pretty much.
How many stages are the objective?
we'll see what happens. The Tour de France, one stage in a rider's career can make a career, but we kind of look at least one per tour, and but there's not just the sprints. We've got Shava for the puncher days. We've got Tony for the time trial. We've got a strong team time trial stages. So we've got, over the 21 days, we've got a fair few opportunities to win stages across the whole team.
There we are. There are a fair few opportunities. In fact, 6 real nailed-on sprint opportunities, of which today is one. And of course, the Champs-Élysées, which is regarded widely as the Sprinters World Championship, the final stage, this time at night. It's a nocturne to celebrate this 100th Tour de France, so there'll be fireworks, not only, of course, amongst the racing, but in the sky as well. It'll be absolutely glorious, and I imagine we'll all have lumps in our throat by the time we get there. Well, that's the last day, and this is the first of this 100th Tour de France. 53.9 kilometres, 1 minute and 54 is the gap. I reckon that's going to hold station until we get to around about 15 to go. The pace will be extraordinarily high. Sean, time to talk about the run-in, because it's going to be busy. I strode across the road today and measured it out. 3.5 paces, that's the width. Not a lot to play with, but I imagine by the time we are hitting the 500 metres to go, there'll be enough space for those who are left with just one lead-out man to play with.
Yes, well, the running is one of the more safer ones. I think as the tour go on, we will have more technical ones, more dangerous finals. The last 3-5 kilometres. The one today, when you get into the last 2.5 kilometres, it is a pretty straight running. Just at the 2 kilometres to go, and there is a little section there where you come through 2 roundabouts. You take a right and a right, and that is the most tight or most dangerous point, because it is a little bit downhill. It's becoming very, very fast paced, but again, if it's being pulled along by a team at a real good rate, it should not create any problems. And that final 2 kilometres, it's quite a good run, although it does turn a little bit. Nothing major, but there's no guarantee in a bunch sprint. If there's not a real fast pace on the front of the bunch, well, then that's where problems can begin. But I think with the way the teams are preparing here, the sprinters teams, quite a lot of them controlling the situation on the front of the bunch. And we've been hearing from all the sprinters, there's a lot of them in here, and a lot of very good teams to prepare the sprint, and that equals a very fast final.
Yeah, licking time. Licking time, that's what I meant to say. Yeah, very much so. It's going to be a feast of sprinting action right here, live on Eurosport. Don't forget, if you want to tag Eurosport Cycling, so #Eurosport Cycling, then all your thoughts go to Eurosport and indeed beyond. So yeah, you kind of spread the love. Ian Lawson says Cav looked like he had it easy, taking it easy on that intermediate sprint. Didn't hit the afterburner. Is he sandbagging? Well, Sean, you think he was probably keeping something in reserve then?
Well, I think he was just following the wheel of Greipel. We could see there he just followed him through, and did not really contest it in the final 10-15 metres. I think he was happy just to stay in the wheel of Greipel and take the points. And as we see in the results there, he just finished a place behind Greipel, so just 1 point down on Greipel. And sometimes it's good to do that, because you leave the other sprinter take the sprint in the immediate point. It gives him a bit more of a morale boost for the final, and with his team he will control it a bit more. So it's possibly that just that a little bit of a tactic there by Cavendish, and 1 point more, 1 point less at this early stage is not going to matter a big deal.
Just a little relay back on. Thankfully the medical car has been extraordinarily quiet today. We've had riders with little headaches and things like that, just heading back for analgesics and various permitted painkillers. Nothing serious, sort of thing you get. Thankfully at this time of year, not really had any reports of any kind of issues, viruses, tummy bugs, that kind of thing. And so it looks like we've left that behind. The Giro took a massive toll because the weather was so awful. Thankfully, the weather here is absolutely glorious. Let's just hope that when the Grand Départ moves to Yorkshire that it's equally as nice. Being a Yorkshireman myself, hailing from the southern lost the word now. Riding, that's it. The southern riding of Yorkshire, just on the borders with Derbyshire. In fact, if you went out the back door of our house, you were actually in Derbyshire. That's how south I was. But yes, officially a Yorkshireman. 50.7 kilometres to go. 1 minute and 52, and yeah, a little bit of a serious note up front, as you can see, and Juan Antonio's not really overly delighted today. That said, for an escape, they've not really been overly tested. They've been rolling through nicely, but I don't think they're going to have too much of a deficit having been in the escape today, Sean, because they're not really on the attack, are they?
Well, when you get into the breakaway, you're always hoping that the sprinters teams will allow you to take a nice advantage, meaning 5, 6, 7 minutes, and then you go into the final 25k with an advantage that there is a possibility of going all the way, and that gives a morale boost to the breakaway, to everybody up there. They all contribute quite strongly then. But the situation today, they were never allowed any good advantage, any advantage that they had, a chance of getting anywhere near to the finish, and we could see there they were struggling quite a long ways out. At the halfway point, it looked like everybody was going to throw in the towel and give up out front, and it looked like the breakaway was going to be pulled in by the peloton, but the peloton almost came to a standstill, and they just pulled the way on again, and they just worked quite well together. But now it's just 151 at the moment, and still with 50 kilometres to go. It is a difficult day for the breakaway, and not a lot of gain for being out there for 200 plus kilometres.
Arashiro doesn't look very happy, and the reason is I think the rider on the camera bike actually finished something like a canned drink and then disposed of it. And it was bouncing towards the riders, and they weren't pleased. Anyway, he's fully aware now, so yes, I'm guessing that's what he was busy haranguing the cameraman for. It can also just be telling them to speed up just ever so slightly, to be honest. A lot of religious monuments in this part of the world. I'm not sure if the Cathars actually got over this far, but yes, there's been various skirmishes, either political or religious. The Popes had a great old punch-up here. The punch-up of the Popes. There wasn't just two Popes, although I think there was a time when actually various branches of the faith actually did divide. But no, they by papal decree they sort of wanted control of this island, and then there was politics and various other skirmishes went on. Although I would like to see two bishops going at it. for the right to own this great island. It is spectacular. A lot of you writing and saying, tweeting I should say, and just saying how much the scenery's caught your imagination. Hey, wait till tomorrow. We're going into the mountains, and that's going to be absolutely glorious. Day one of the 100th Tour de France. 5 riders up the road decided that they were going to be brave, and well, it didn't take them long to reveal that bravery. Right from the flag they went off, they were allowed to go. None of them great threats as far as the green jersey, and it is the quick men who we're thinking about today. Yes, in the greater scheme of things, as the points tally racks up for that green jersey, it will not be any of the 5 men up the road. Mind you, they did manage to contest the polka dot jersey. Just one categorised climb today, a small lump, categorised 4, and Juan Jose Lobato of Euskaltel in their bright orange. He took it for them, so he will be our first King of the Mountains jersey wearer. As far as the sprint was concerned, Lars Bohm went for it and took it amongst the 5 in that break. Then the chase was on for the minor points. I say minor points, there's so many of them on offer here that there were still 10 for the next man across the line. Andrei Greipel took that, so opened his account with 10 points. Mark Cavendish got 9 points. Peter Sagan was there as well. Bookemans, Matt Goss, Buhani, all in the frame. So as you can see, well contested It certainly will be at the end. The pace today has been hovering around about 40 kilometres per hour, but believe me, as these guys start to get wound in, and it will happen, then we are in for an amazing run for home. Well, just look at that. Somebody writing in saying, what is the Moorish emblem with the gentleman with the bandana? It is the flag of Corsica. That image is represented exactly 4 times, but divided by a red cross of St. George for Sardinia. So there you are. It's kind of very much an emblem of this part of the world. Incidentally, the Moorish character used to have the blindfold over his eyes, and then in the 1700s they thought that wasn't very nice at all, looked a bit like a prisoner, and so they gave him his view, which is nice. Well, temperatures have dropped ever so slightly. It's kind of getting fresh. It's quite chilly in the booth here, but that's because we've got aircon. Looking outside, I think the t-shirts and the amount of cold water that's being sprayed around probably tells a different story. What is absolutely certain is that the action at the end of today is going to be absolutely white hot. Yes, the battle for green will rage, and of course it's the battle for yellow, let's not forget today. Winner of today is our leader. No time bonuses, but first man across the line will be in yellow. Cannot wait. Now, do not forget, every day we have commentary live on this Tour de France with me, Carlton Kirby, Sean Kelly, and of course Mike Smith. Yeah, it's a pleasure to have your company, and hope you will be with us throughout. Throughout this year's tour, we will have a Tour de France extra for our international viewers. We will head back to the sofa with Darren Lloyd and friends as well. Let's not forget, at the end of the day, so British will by no means have any kind of deficit. However, throughout the entire production of this year's Tour de France, we will be having historical references as well throughout. So, yeah, it is the best place to watch the Tour de France, and I hope that you stay with us throughout. So as Matt Goss just moves himself to the side of the road here, it's a wide open highway. Radio Shack Leopard will be the last time you see that jersey on this Tour de France. It will become Trek as the bicycle manufacturer takes a step forward and takes over full sponsorship of that team. And just to remind you that Belkamp Pro Cycling has replaced Blanco, not replaced the team, you understand. They have moved in as sponsors. So don't forget, we have Tour de France Extra for our international viewers. At the end of each stage, we get to talk to the great and the good. Philippe Cillier, Stefano Benabino, and the rest of our team will be down there grabbing who they can, having a chat. And let's hope today it is a worthy winner of what is bound to be an exceptional sprint finish. Fingers crossed. 45.6 kilometres to go over in 27, absolutely rock solid in terms of gap. And in fact, Argos Shimano finally have others working alongside them. They did a good job of delivering Greipel, Sean, and can they do it again? They've done a lot of work today. Have they done too much?
No, I don't think anybody have done too much here today, because the pace they have been setting, it's not put any of the teams under pressure, so it's going to be a real fast final. I think the sprinters teams here, they will all be very strong, and they will have a lot of men up in the final 20 kilometres, and we can see here, it's starting at the moment. They're looking about here, a lot of more teams appearing, and when you get inside the 50 kilometres in the earlier stages of the tour, I think the nervousness starts to set in with all the teams, not only the sprinters team but also the general classification men, because everybody is that little bit more nervous in the first days of this race. They're all afraid of getting caught behind because of crashes, and we can see there a lot of movement on the front of the peloton at the moment, and it's from here that they think the pace will start just to up and up all the way from here in.
I think you're absolutely right, Sean. It's the wisdom of the more professional. Is that an unkind thing to say? The more wily and more experienced, let's put it that way, teams out there. You get nothing but top teams here. Even the wildcard teams are very, very experienced. Nice little chat going on. And yes, discussing form and indeed function. Jerome Cousin it is that just called back and he's having a chat. See if I can hear anything. Well, you wished him a good day at the end. That's about all I caught, unfortunately. I'll be more liable to quiet down and have a listen in if the mic appears to be up next time. Sorry about that. Minute and 17. Did you catch any of that, Sean?
No.
Sorry.
Nothing at all.
Yeah, yakking over it. 44 kilometres to go, and you're looking at the head of the course. Minute and 15, it's not that much. They've knocked back just a tad, but it is about road position at the moment, not necessarily about pace. And as a result, they're all just the major teams. Thank you. Thank you, Brain. That's what I was trying to say. Are just doing their thing. 43.8 and 5 still there. And Juan Antonio Fletcher still churning it away. You never know if there is a knock. You do get a little bit of brain fade occasionally as you start to switch off after a long old day. It's a very long course today, Sean. They may not have taken it at pace. There is a danger that you just lose concentration, and as you quite rightly said, you can get wheel touches and then the whole game changes.
Yes, well, I think the danger will come from in the peloton, and that's where we will see a lot of movement, and it started already. And when you have teams trying to keep their leaders in position, that sometimes it can cause crashes, and I think in the run-in we could see some of that today. Out here in front, I'd be surprised if we see anything happen, because with 5 riders, unless you totally fall asleep, you should not touch a wheel here. And although the 5 are really losing heart at the moment, they know it's going to be over pretty quickly now, because it is coming down, and but I don't think they should have any problems out with the 5 leaders. But as we get into the finish here in this final 25 kilometres, there will be a lot of action on the front of the bunch, and that's where we could see some problems arising.
Best seat in the house, Dad's shoulders, as we saw a few moments ago. Yeah, with her little daughter Margot, 22 months old, I miss her dearly, and that's her favourite seat. Yes. 42.8 kilometres to go, a minute and 7 is the gap, and yeah, brief look at Andy Schleck. There he is, big of tooth and small of ambition at the moment, I'm afraid. Not really been going that well for him, and we'll be talking more about that in the mountains. We'll see how he goes on the pointy stuff. He's going to have to wait a few days for it to get to the sort of alpine ranges where he can excel. If it happens, who knows? He's kind of putting a brave face on it, knows the camera's on him now, and he's giving us the teeth, but deep down, yeah, not a happy bunny. We will take ourselves a commercial break in just a few moments' time, and then we'll be back. We're approaching that point where teams might just decide that they want to snatch out of this, just reach out and maybe grab something that other teams think really shouldn't be theirs by right. So we'll see. If anyone takes a move forward, they'll attempt to neutralise it, but it could be very, very much a fun run-in. So we'll leave these glorious vistas just for a few moments, and we'll be back live here on the 100th tour after this. Welcome back. As you can see, the pace is up here. 40 kilometres to go, gap down to 40 seconds. Yes, just reminding ourselves that an original escape group of 5 riders went up the road. Juan Jose Lobato took the King of the Mountains polka dot jersey points, the only ones on offer today. Subsequently dropped back into the main pack. And we saw that. He was face full of cake, we think. Meanwhile, these guys have decided to push on. Led, I think, ringing the changes, but Juan Antonio Fletcher seems to be doing much of the work out there. Cyril Lamore is from Soyasun, Fletcher himself from Vacansoleil. Hello, my friend. Juan Jose Lobato went back. Lars Bohm took the most of the sprint points, and Jerome Cousin of Europcar also a feature. So with 39.5 to go, as you can see, it is a battle for road position. Now, it may well look, if you look at the cadence of those who are in the pack, it looks like they're freewheeling, and indeed some of them are, because they've offered so much protection. One of the AG2R riders has got himself a problem, a rear wheel puncture. Haven't had too many today, to be honest. Maxime Bouet is getting the change. You saw as well, he was very quick about it. Already had pre-released the wheel before his mechanic got to him, and so effected a nice smooth change. Just clicks in the electronic gears and away he goes. Good boy. Has a look down, just make sure everything's spinning through nicely, and back up to pace. The commissaires, incidentally, do frown on and have been very animated about the use of cars for relaying. And as we say, it immediately beds into a familiar sort of aero look, but the commissaires are on the radio, and these guys do get general warnings. We often see the magic spanner being used. He drifts behind the Lamprey car, the magic spanner being a brake adjustment, which is possibly not necessary. Back wheel change, it does often just get a little bit out of kilter, the calipers, and anyway, the mechanics sort of reach down, and I'm not saying they pretend, but it seems to go on rather longer than it should. But there are ways of just gaining a little bit of time when you need it, and I don't think anyone is that minded to punish riders who've suffered a puncture, especially this early on, when it's of no great impact on anyone else. But fines do come, usually in Swiss francs. Again, Sean just up in the hills here. Have you decided which villa it is you're going to rent for the summer?
No, undecided. There's a number of them there which we're looking at. We have two more days here to make up our minds.
If I know Sean Kelly, it'll have a swimming pool. The Penta de Casinca, there we are. Absolutely beautiful. With terraced gardens, as you can see, just tumbling down the hillside. Spectacular. Well, we're seeing more of that tomorrow, because we do have that big lump of a central climb to take care of along the way. Today, though, it is about the quick men, as you already know. Just having a look at that village, incidentally, on my notes. 1973, it was granted protected status, so they can't do anything to it. There you are. These guys haven't done much to the pack, I'm afraid, save for hoovering up some rather valuable points that some quicker men would have liked. But their card is marked. And this is going to be fascinating, because the pace is likely to rise. They won't mean it to, but everyone just edges further and further and just takes another half a kilometre an hour, another half a kilometre an hour, and they kind of egg each other on, even though nobody really wants that, Sean.
Yes, that's what happens when you get to this point of the race, when you get inside the final 40-50 kilometres. We can see that, there's teams starting to move up left and right all the time, and the pace just creeps up very, very slowly, but it does creep up, and that's the reason that the breakaway gets pulled in. The riders in the front here were not really interested in pulling in the breakaway this early, but because of the movement on the front of the bunch, the pace goes up a little bit, and then we see the brake getting swallowed up.
So our brake has been reabsorbed. The last four men, Flescher from Vacansoleil, Lemoine from Soyerson, Lars Bohm from Belkin, and Jerome Cousin from Europcar, have now joined Lobato in the main pack, and it's all about the run-in. Well, you see there on the right-hand side of the road, so left-hand side of your screen, you saw Saxo Tinkoff and Alberto Contador getting into a safe place. He knows that this is a dangerous moment. We have just reabsorbed the escape. The breakers are back. And now the man on the point right now for Radio Shack Leopard is our race leader. That's how focused it is today. And when we get to the end, first man over the line will take the yellow jersey. And that's worth fighting for, which is why the pace from now on in is going to be high. The fight for safety goes on. Look at Sagan over the right-hand side of the road, just dinks out, almost had a tangle of elbows. Suddenly got a little bit frantic here, Sean, with 35.7 to go. This is unsustainable at this kind of fast pace for the remainder.
Yes, we can see the problems here, and there is sections where there is street furniture. We could see just the oil in the middle of the road there at a very bad position, and you could see a lot of correction going on there. A little bit further back in the bunch, again we have another one here coming up, and there is quite a lot of sections like that in the run-in today, and that's where we could see some problems. And we can see Radio Shack there just keeping the pace real high on the front there. We can see Schleck is very much to the fore, and as we know, he does not like to be further back in the peloton. If he gets into the middle of the peloton, 30th, 40th position, he does not like that at all. He has to be kept on the front, and that's the reason that Radio Shack are keeping the pace quite high, and we can see street furniture all the time here.
Absolutely. Contador embedded with Saxo Tinkoff there in their blue and gold. Meanwhile, at the back, job well done today for Jerome Cousin. He's going to ride this one home and let everybody else out ahead of him do the job. BMC also just starting to drift themselves into a safe position. Cadel Evans hoves into view. Something of a surprise perhaps for some of you at home, seeing some of the main contenders for the general classification on what is clearly a sprint day, fighting for the front. Well, it's about safety. Loretta de Casinca it is that we're just sailing by right now, but down in the valleys the pace is up, and the run for home has begun right here. Well, it's so much of a pace, Sean, I just can't see this being sustained for long. The road does actually just stabilise a little bit without the road furniture, but it's so much these days, as far as modern cycling is concerned, part of the action, isn't it?
Yes, and it's such a familiar sight in the earlier part of the big tours. Everybody is a little bit more nervous. Everybody feels good, and there's so many teams, so many riders want to be on the front, and we can see here, that's it's just changing all the time. There's teams moving up, as we can see Saxo Bank Tinkoff just moving here with Tossato on the front, and it's going to continue on all the way to the finish here, and hopefully that they get through without any problems, because we have seen there in the last number of kilometres a lot of street furniture, a lot of roundabouts, and here again another roundabout, so hopefully they will all get through without having any problems here today.
That's a nasty one. You see the funnel, sort of bugle shaped entree there, street furniture, wanted to send some riders left, they couldn't take it, they wanted the shortest route through, and as a result they've been distanced. As soon as you get a roundabout such as this, if you're at the front you get the escape out of it very, very quickly, sort of smooth if you like, but those who are trapped at the back don't get on the power, if you like, as quickly, and as a result you get this huge stringing out effect, and that's what we're seeing right now. Michael Schaar, Swiss champion, did a great job there of steering Cadel Evans into a decent and safe place, but look at the gaps that we're starting to see here, Sean. If the wind had got involved today, that would have been a crucial moment.
Yes, I think it's lucky for a lot of the riders and teams that there's not a strong wind blowing here. There's a little bit there, but I don't think it's anything that should cause problems in the final 30 kilometres. But we can see here the road, if it was blowing strongly, well then it would certainly break up this peloton big time.
Very much so. They're lucky then that the breeze is just that, but look how busy that is. That is not a wide open road, probably about 5 riders wide, and then look at the further up the road, suddenly it becomes 3 and 2 and 1s. That's the effect of a roundabout. It's sort of a pinch point, and it allows those who get into it first the best run out of it. Sylvain Chavanel getting himself into a decent spot. They're working well for Mark Cavendish here, but they've been doing a lot of work throughout the day. He's been well protected, and look how long this line is. They're still 31 kilometres away from the finish line where we are sitting and waiting for them. Just looking at the trees, trying to get some kind, well there aren't many in view, which doesn't help, but it's just trying to get a read on if there is any wind out there, because here we've got a crosshead just starting to develop itself, but still very light. Sky to the fore, safety in numbers, and goodness me, they go straight across the front of the bunch here and just hold it up. Well, that suggests that perhaps Chris Froome or one of their men is trapped in this long line and doesn't want to put too much. They really put the brakes on there. Doesn't really want to put too much into this. They'll come back together, a regroupement. But you saw Sky come up the left-hand side there, Sean, and then just swoosh across and just put the brakes on everybody. This is going to come together.
Yes, I think we're on a section now which is going to get a peloton back together. There will be a regrouping here, and that is the route here in the final. You get some sections where it's a big open road, then you will get onto a smaller road once again, and we had that a number of kilometres back. We could see Saxo Bank, Tinkoff are really on the front there, and if you have done your recce real well, you know the points where you have to be very careful, and that's the time you have to move with all the team and just take control of the front of the peloton and then knock it off at this point. But you still have to hold a good position. You cannot slip too far back in the group, otherwise to move up it's going to take a lot of energy again. And we can see here the pace is not really knocking off big time, but still with the straight sections the peloton is regrouping quite a lot.
Garmin also just guiding Rainer Ejeda, Garmin in their blue with the red accents, and Sky, of course, in their ubiquitous, looks black to be honest, but it's actually, I believe, a very, very, very dark blue. But yes, Sky on the right hand side of the road, so shortest way around this gentle curve here. We're on open highway, and as you can see from the trees, it's quite static as far as the wind is concerned. There's Cadel Evans, blow of the cheeks as well from Cadel. Never able to read Cadel on the flatter sections. As he gets into the absolute maximum when he's climbing, he gives a little bit more away of himself. Chavanel just looking over his shoulder, just trying to figure out who's doing what here. It's about staying safe at the moment, and to stay safe you have to put quite a bit into this. 54 kilometers per hour for an hour? No, surely not. Well, we'll see. Here's your turn off the highway, narrow road, and that was why BMC took the urgency. They really map out these days very well indeed. And again, you can see the squeeze, and just look at how they thin down at the front. They're still mobbing the road with 28.8 to go, and it's another roundabout. Good read by both Sky and BMC here. Cadel guided through. It really is like squeezing the toothpaste. You go quicker at the front end, and it gets compressed just behind and just breaks down. That's immediately on the escape, and Sky put the brakes on again. They're really being anchormen right now. They don't like this game, and they're trying to manage it. Well, you know what we said about Chavanel and having a think about life in general. I don't think he'll be allowed to go for it today because it's about Mark Cavendish, but hey, there is Lamprey. First real sight we've got of the pink and blue coming to the fore. It may well be Roberto Ferrari along with Elia Favilli who are there. Ferrari's got a lot of self-belief, and he kind of shrugs his shoulders. He's got issues with Mark Cavendish, or is it vice versa? Very much vice versa. He says, I've tried to talk to Mark after bringing him down and indeed beating him on the Giro a couple of years ago, but nothing passes between us. There you go. So an extended hand from Ferrari. Mark Cavendish, uninterested. He's a man with an absolutely etched memory of all things sprinting, and he never forgets. Sky pacing, 26 kilometres to go. Sean, this is pacey. I said it couldn't be sustained, but they are doing.
Yes, well, it's into the section of the stage where it's going to continue. If you do not keep the pace real high on the front with your team, well, then there will be another team will come over you left, right, and you will get totally just boxed out, and you lose your positions very, very quickly. So you have to always keep a lookout left and right. If there's teams coming up, you have to up the pace that little bit. But we did see Sky, they just maybe knocked it off a little bit, because still with 25 kilometres to go, if you really push on here, well, then you can pay in the end. You're going to run out of men in the final, and that's where you can lead them in the final 10-15 kilometres. So it's all about knowing exactly tactically what to do here. Experience is very important.
25 kilometres to go on what has been an enthralling day. We have our escapees, 5 of them, they're all back in the pack. The pace absolutely at its highest at the moment, at this point in the race. They will go quicker, but they're having to do this over distance. There's still 25 kilometres to go, just a little bit less than that right now, and road position is absolutely vital. They're fighting all over the place for exactly that, and it's not a happy place for those behind. Omega Pharma Quickstep at the front with their pale sky blue, black and white accents. There is Cadel Evans in a safe place in his red and black of BMC. Got to tell you as well that Christian van der Veld's not that far away for Garmin Sharp. Lotto Belisol, who are they working for? I think you know his name. And there he is, just on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. He's drifting into the centre now. It is, of course, Andre Greipel in the German champions jersey. Mixed in amongst this line of Omega Pharma boys is, of course, the British champions jersey. It's being worn, the red and blue hoops on the white jersey of Mark Cavendish, our national champion. Well, there's other national champions here as well. There's other very quick men, let's not forget. Matt Goss and Orica Greenedge got themselves into a decent position when it came to the intermediate sprint. Expect to see Gossi at the end, because Greenedge know how to marshal a run in. So do Olga Shimano. They put a lot of effort in early on, the men in the nearly all-white outfit. They've been anonymous since then, but they're working for Marcel Kittel and John Degenkolb. Either one of those, depending on who they are, is feeling best. Marcel Kittel probably suited to the flat run-in better than Degenkolb, who doesn't mind a few lumps and bumps, so expect Degenkolb to be the last man out. As far as Mark Cavendish is concerned, his lead-out man is going to be Kurt Stevens. For Greipel, well, he's got some choices. Jürgen Rollins is there, Adam Hansen, Greg Henderson. He's got some quality riders that can work for him. It's about sorting yourself out, Sean. It's about getting into the right place, and in fact, even mentally being there.
Yes, well, the position is always important, and you know, in the final, to have enough teammates around you, that is the really important part. The more men you have around you, the more confidence you have. If you have 5 or 6 riders in the final, 2-3 kilometres there in front of you, that gives you a huge boost of confidence, and you know, it's all about experience, being there at the right time and taking up at the right moment, not too early, of course, because then you can run out of manpower, but you know, make the calculation and get it right. It's always difficult to do.
.7 kilometres to go, a little bit less than that right now, and Radio Shack Leopard. It's a busy outfit. I'm not really sure as a team, but also their livery. You won't be seeing too much more. I don't think it'll be that badly missed, frankly. I'm sure somebody's going to write in and say the opposite. Orica Greenedge also getting themselves in position, and BMC marshalling themselves very well. This is all about protecting Cadel Evans, let's not forget, or indeed TJ Van Garderen. TJ Van Garderen, let's not forget. And we are going to take ourselves a brief break as the cows start their own race for the Buttercups. 22.2 to go. We'll take that break, and we will be back with you fairly shortly. It looks like they've knocked it back a bit, and for their sakes, I'm quite pleased. The right teams have come to the fore. They've put the brakes on. It's the run-in beckons. Back in a moment. Just less than 20 kilometres to go of the opening stage of this year's Tour de France. It's busy. There's the Wingy Dingy. We saw it take off just a few moments ago from the water, and at the moment he's guiding our helicopter by the looks of things, or at least one of them, guiding the pack right now. Well, we've seen Yancy come to the fore, the old man, indeed, Jens Vogt, 41 years of age, still riding the Tour de France. Absolutely outstanding. We had a breakaway earlier on today, but it's all about the sprint. That's all absorbed. And don't forget, at the end of our programming today, you can catch up with Tour de France Extra on International. And of course, it is British that will have a chat from the studios. So enjoy that. 19.1 kilometres to go. And they've knocked it right back, Sean. The bigger, more experienced teams have put the anchors on.
Yes, it's certainly back, as we can see here. It doesn't look as nervous on the front of the bunch, but how long will that last for? Because I think the moment some of the teams that are a little bit further back try to move up, they will come up left or right and up the pace a little bit, and we're inside the final 20 kilometres. There's always teams a little bit more nervous and just want to get a better position in the peloton, and when they do that, well then I think we will see this peloton being stretched out once again.
213 kilometres on the cards today. There was no great urgency after the first 5 riders made their break. Came very quickly after in the opening few metres indeed of the start. Real, the départ Real. Earlier on today, after the neutralised zone, they were straight out there, but the pack has regrouped. Look at that. Beautiful sight it is. Well, we've had a few bumps and bruises, nothing too serious today. It's mostly been mechanical. Right now, it's about the run for home. 15 kilometres to go is when usually somebody just can't help themselves. So in around about 3 kilometres time, and there you go. Surely not, said Radio Shack, but Cannondale just whip over to the front, making a rude gesture as well as he went through that. Ville de Borgo, bienvenue au Tour, thank you very much. That t-shirt looks like it might actually fit me. 17.8 to go, and as you can see, open coast right now, and there, up ahead, just hugged by a mountain and a little cut, is where we are. So we wait for them, Sean. Who's going to break first?
Well, I don't think it'll be exactly a break. I think it'll be a number of teams will just start preparing the sprint here, and the pace will just up all the time, and you just need one team to start pushing on a bit, and then the other teams will start getting involved as well, and then it will be a real fast pace all the way to the finish. And as you said, when you get to the final 20-15 kilometres, you just never know at any time, any kilometre it can really start going 5-8 kilometres an hour faster.
Left-hand side of the road, it's Omega Pharma Quickstep. At the front, the Polish champion is there. About 4 or 5 men back is Mark Cavendish in the British champion's jersey, also mostly white. Well, they'll be going white hot by the end here, and as you can see, Orica Greenwich, as predicted, have got themselves into a great position. A lot of chatting going on right now, and in fact it is Matt Goss they'll be working for. A little bit of consternation at the line here, and I've got to tell you that the finish line has just been crashed into by a coach, so forgive us for that, but it looks, I'm hoping that they haven't actually damaged the timings. Let's hope that gets sorted out, because with 16.4 kilometres to go, if they can't extricate this coach from underneath the bridge, essentially the coach is too tall, this is going to get neutralised.
Well, I think it's not the first time Paris-Nice, we see it on an occasion as well this year, where the coach came in. This finish line, the structure of the finish line, it can be pushed up, and I think in Paris-Nice they had actually left it down for the finish, and the bus came through, and it's the Orica Greenwich bus which has actually got stuck under there, but I don't think it will cause a problem, and we have still 15 kilometres before the riders get here, so I think time-wise it's sufficient to get the gantry raising up a bit and get the bus through.
Well, let's hope so. I think we just made a mess of their satellite on the top of the coach, which is furled. It's actually folded back, but I don't know whether Greenedge are getting any note of this, but fellas, your coach has just crashed into the finish line, and there is a great deal of activity here. I'm sorry you can't see it as they run around, and I imagine you're not going to see these pictures because it's moderately embarrassing. 15.5 kilometres to go. I'll keep you in touch though, because we're right here. The Orica Greenedge coach is actually jammed underneath. Oh, hello, somebody's gone the wrong side of the barriers. That's exactly what you don't need. Johnny. Oh my goodness, Johnny, you keep finding trouble, my friend. Well, there he is. Welcome to Hoogerland, says the T-shirt. You'll find it on the net, and it's got scars and scuffs and bruises all over the place. He's the Dutch champion, and he's just flat-landed. Goodness me. I hope he's all right. Was there somebody else behind there?
Yes, it looked like there's somebody else there behind the publicity banner.
Yes, let's not forget his huge crash 3 years ago when he it was actually a television car, nothing to do with Eurosport, I'll add, that actually avoided a tree and actually hit him very hard into barbed wire. I've got to tell you that this is still stuck. The Orica Green Edge coach is still stuck under the finish line. I think it has actually dislodged the timings as well. So with 14.6 to go, I don't know whether they're going to get told just to hold up. I'm being told that we sent a camera down there, and so you'll see it in just a few moments' time. I'm giving you a visual roundup. They have a boxing kangaroo in the driver's cab area, and unfortunately he's lying on his side at the moment. So there you go. 14.3 kilometres to go. They really have knocked it back. I think that maybe they've been told to. What do you think, Sean?
I'm not sure of that. I think it's been going on for quite a number of kilometres before the Orica Green Edge bus did actually come through the finish area, or try to get through the finish area. We did see that it had slowed up quite a lot in the main peloton, but it's starting to up here. We can see that the pace is getting a little bit faster all the time here, and as we come to just under 14 kilometres to go, I think we're going to see it just going faster and faster all the way to the finish.
Well, the crowd are greatly amused by this, as the coaches still remain stuck. They don't seem to be able to jack up the gantry. It's just reversing out from underneath it because more of the coaches behind the gantry than in the front. I reckon they've got about another 3 metres to actually work on. Meanwhile, let's just stick with the pictures that you can see, shall we? We'll keep an eye on the bus for you. 13.4 kilometres to go, and BMC stay safe. Cannondale send a man up to the front here just to make sure that nobody does anything silly, as in try and deny Peter Sagan and run for the line. Moreno Moser, don't forget, is pretty handy as well, and could well do well. Won the Strade Bianchi, you might remember, so likes the lumpy stuff. Well, today it's all smooth, but well, anything but for Orica Green Edge, their coach driver. They have managed to... no, they haven't. I was just about to hopefully give you good news. 12.9 to go, and still with pace on here. Lotto Belisol, right inside of the road with the golden shoulders. There's Saxo Tinkoff, just I can't see him, but Contador has been in amongst them for some time. So Sean, we've got to this point. I'm actually hoping that they get on with this job, and I keep getting told that we're going to show you pictures of the Orica Green Edge bus, but clearly it still hasn't actually arrived on your screen, so I'm hoping that we get there in the end. You know what on earth I'm talking about. 12.4 to go. They eased off. The pace is just starting to pick up as teams start to come through and just show their ambition, and it's Orica Green Edge really that's driving them on at the moment. BMC looking over. We had a touch of wheels, and that's exactly what they're worried about. So what, we got 8 riders down, one staying down as well, and it's one of the Sawyer Sun riders who's at the back. This is what the big names were trying to avoid, and it's almost inevitable, it seems, further back. One of the Garmin boys as well is also involved. It's Ryder Hagedal. Ryder Hagedal gets back on board his bike. That's not a great thing for him. He's got a teammate there with him. So Ryder Hagedal is also was one of those on the deck, I've got to tell you. Ian Stannard, former British champion, just gets back up and on board. And this is Ryder Hagedal right now being relayed back on. Goodness goodness me, it's not just all about the mechanicals that are getting very all over the place, but brains are starting to fade as well. He was in the wrong place, Sean. He was too far back.
Well, it's difficult to see exactly where it did happen there. We could see that it did tighten up a bit on the left-hand side, but how close was it to the front of the peloton? Possibly just a little bit too far off. You have to be in the top 20, 25 riders here. It's the best place to be, but easier said than done.
Well, we're going to have a look at the finish line in just a few moments' time. It is still stuck. Let's have a look, shall we? This is what we heard. A big crunch. The crowd went ooh and ah. And yes, unfortunately, the Orica Green Edge bus is stuck underneath the gantry. Now, the problem is they've actually kicked it up. As you can see, it's in the air. It's higher than it should be. And they're worried that if they take it away, it's going to fall down. 10.8 kilometres to go. If they can't get this out, if this can't be made safe, unfortunately, today's sprint will be neutralised. There's no way they can time this through. Now, usually you see a digital readout here. That is no longer there. I'm not sure whether timings are affected, but Orica Green Edge, they may have spoiled everyone's party here. We'll see. 10.5 kilometres to go. Well, the competitive rider award, the combativity award, goes to Jerome Cousin of Europcar. I think it probably should have been Juan Antonio Fletcher, but anyway, there you go. That's just me. Jerome Cousin gets it. So that's one thing that's been awarded today, as well as the polka dot jersey. That's gone to Lobato, who took the only categorised climb of today. Points leader, and indeed might well be in green if this gets neutralised at the end, is going to be Lars Bohm. With 10 kilometres to go, we still have a coach issue. I don't know how far they're going to allow this to go, but right now the finish line is compromised. They cannot ride through it. We'll see if this race gets halted. There we are. We have a new finish line. 3 kilometres to go. This is very fast work. This is very fast work. There is the original finish line. That is the Orica Green Edge bus that has crashed into it. They have pulled it back to 3 kilometres to go. There will be a sprint finish today, but it is amended, completely amended. Okay, this is how it looks. They're going to come in inland. We will not get to the beach. So it knocked 3 kilometres off that. 9.1. I assume that the graphic is for the original finish line, so we'll be finishing in 6 kilometres time, Sean.
Yes, I think it's sure that we'll be finishing 6 kilometres time. That is the graphic we have at the moment. It's to the finish where we've seen the Orica bus still stuck under this finish area and not making any attempts to get out. So the quick decision had to be made, and yes, finishing at the 3 kilometres to go mark.
So the 3 kilometre banner is the finish line today. So knock 3 kilometres off your graphic up there, unless they've readjusted that one. We've been looking at a dead timing screen with an Orica Green Edge bus jammed underneath it. Suddenly the teams realise that this is the case, and so time's running out. Just over 5.5 to go, and all of a sudden Cannondale are at the front, being shadowed, as you can see, by Orica Green Edge. Who are they working for? Of course, Matt Goss, the Australian. Good guy. Will he be good enough today? Well, it's how you cope with the chops and changes. This is dramatic stuff, Sean.
Yes, and how quickly will it be relayed to the riders from the Director Sportif, because the race is really on here, and to relay that information through the earpiece to the riders. Not everybody will be made aware. All the teams, I think there will be quite a bit of confusion here between the teams and the riders, because everybody will not be hearing clearly.
Panic stations just getting a word saying that there will be a protocol announced for everybody, which means a general call, but it's very, very late, and if you're up towards the front, then this bodes very well for you. I think they will neutralise the times for the likes of Ejadal and those who have taken a tumble, but all of a sudden Degenkolb just gets into the position he should be. This is very, very late work from all of these. Now you ask yourself, where is Omega Pharma Quickstep? Left hand side of the road. It's the Polish champion that is leading that group at the moment. They're boxed in, as you can see, by Cannondale. The standings today will be at the 3 kilometres to go marker, so you'll see that banner. So forget the Flamme Rouge, forget everything like that. The race is absolutely on, and it's on right now, which is why we've got so much pace. There is Sagan. He's a man who can really take a step to the fore when it comes to adversity. There is Lotto Belisol with their golden shoulders out towards the flowers, but on the inside it's the lime green of Cannondale that are racing this one. It's very difficult for us to call the line because we are not there, so you'll have to forgive us. We'll do our very best. Big talk going on from the Polish champion. He's mixed in there, and so is Mark Cavendish. There is Orica Greenedge in their blue, green and white, and August Shimano almost all white going into the white zone right now, dragging as they do Marcel Kittel into position. Lots of looks over shoulders here because nobody's quite sure what's going on. I can tell you that the original finish line, if you're only just joining us, has a coach jammed underneath it, as Orica Greenedge sent a bus that was too big for the arch. So they take the curve here, Sean. That's the original finish line. It's not going to happen. All the great and the good and the VIPs and everybody are here, and there's a fallen kangaroo, as you can see, next door to the driver. That is not the finish. It's a 3k to go, Sean.
Yes, and the race radio is coming over saying that it is at 3 kilometres to go, so it's being confirmed now by Radio 2, and we can see that there's a lot of action on the front of the peloton, but that does not necessarily say that everybody is aware that the finish is that at 3 kilometres to go. As we can see here, this is the 3 kilometre to go point, and but it looks like that everybody up the front they are really pushing on, but the question is, are all aware of it?
That is the line as the riders will see it, incidentally, so they will not take... they couldn't do it at 2 to go, because that's the only other average. So they come round and within sight, and the pace is already up here. Goodness me. Well, this is the run. They've taken a hairpin. By my judgment, this is around about the 5 kilometres to go mark, which tells me that there's only 2 to go. They're already starting to look at each other, going cat and mouse right now. Just at the front, it is being led. This is 3 kilometres from the finish line, we understand, but I suspect it may be a little bit different to that. Goodness me. Well, the coach is out, but the timing doesn't work, and I don't think they can recall the finish line. The bus is free, but I assume that they're still going to finish at the 3k to go. Will they manage it? Well, this is chaotic scenes here, with less than 2 to go to the called finish line. Approaching it now, so they've had a sprint. They're getting themselves into a sprint right now. Are they suddenly going to say, listen everybody, race as you are? And as a result, all the confusion has caused this. There's Mark Cavendish. He's just going to pull over to one side of the road. This is a nightmare. This is going to be neutralised. I cannot see this going all the way. They're chopping and changing, and there it is, and it's one of his own team that's gone down. I think it might have been Chavanel. Oh, they have recalled. They've thrown the finish line back out to the original, and Sagan's there as well. Oh, goodness me. Well, they're going to have to force majeure this. So they're going back to the original finish line. Everyone looking over their shoulder saying, where's he gone? Goodness me. Cav's gone. Sagan's gone. They're both out of this. This could be a great opportunity for Matt Goss.
And Greipel also was in that crash there. Just ahead of Cavendish, we could see Greipel there got slowed down.
He was indeed. So this is going to be minor placings. I think Kittel is still here. Degenkolb most certainly is. We'll get a call on that in just a moment's time. So they've readjusted it. Now this is outside of the 3 kilometres to go from the original finish line, but inside the 3 kilometres to go to the secondary finish line that they were calling. I hope you can stick with this. Peter Sagan is being relayed back at the moment. He looks like he's taken a big heavy hit. They've taken the headland here, and they're coming round to the original finish line. Goodness gracious me, what a mess. How they're going to sort this out when it comes to the points at the end of the day, I do not know. I think they're going to have to give something back to those guys who got caught up in it. Meanwhile, Movistar decide that maybe today is one for Rojas, and he goes over to the right-hand side of the road. Take no prisoners when the opportunity arrives. Why not? Cadel Evans, bizarrely, is here, but many of the big name riders are not there, and there is Greipel at the side of the road. Technical issue for him. Oh dear Lord above. There goes Sagan on the other side of the road, and I think Matt Goss as well. So no crash for Greipel, but a technical issue at the side of the road. Sean, this is an absolute chaotic situation.
Yes, total chaos here, and of course, you know, we did expect the finish to be at 3 kilometres, then totally changed, and this big crash, a massive crash, and a lot of the big sprinters getting caught up here. And we can see here, you know, the teammates are just looking about, seeing, having a look around to see that is their lead or is their sprinters getting back up.
Well, there you go, all the big names cast aside here. I believe that John Degenkolb is certainly in the mix, looking at Vacansoleil as well. And here's your lead line. And Matt Goss is there. Matt Goss absolutely dead set. This could be a great opportunity for Matt Goss right now to go for this, Sean.
Yes, very much in the centre there. We can see he has 2 teammates in front of him, so it's an opportunity for him because the other big sprinters all having difficulty in losing ground here.
Degenkolb is also part of that phalanx of 4 riders in the white jerseys as they make this turn. That's the double turn right now. Double turn, double roundabout, back onto the beachfront, and this is the drive for home right now. At the moment, it's Argus Shimano are bossing proceedings, and I think this is going to be set up for Degenkolb because I don't think Kittel is there. Can't quite see at the moment, but I'll tell you who is there, and that is Matt Goss right now. Matt Goss is driving for the line. Sao Soyerson also getting involved. A lot of Belisol trying to make account of the absence of Greipel. Will it be Rollins? Is he still in the frame here? Goodness me, total mess at the end. Double call, and it's Degenkolb on the front right now. Can't see Kittel. Can you, Sean?
Yes, Degenkolb and Kittel is there.
There he is indeed, right at the back. He's got 3 men in front of him, so he's got the best lead-out possibilities. Absolutely, suddenly shows himself. Little shimmy as they start to see the line. Can they drive it home? And here Stigmans is going long. This is about a good set of pace for himself, and he's got the march on them. He's gone. I think Stigmans may well come home. I beg your pardon. It's Nicky Terpstra, the Dutchman. Forgive me, he's going to have a crack here. Oh my goodness, he's charging away. Well, he's set himself a rhythm out, and the rest are trying to chase on. Oh my goodness, they're still waiting because they're unsure what to do and when to attack. Well, he's decided to go for it right now. Oh, he's opened up the taps, but is it too early? Can he do it? Has anyone else got something to take off him? Taps around the little headlet, a little shimmy left, a little right. It's got a little bit of a rise and fall, and here come the rest of the pack. There's still some big names here, don't forget, that can do something today, but can they? Oh, Terpstra fades out. Oh, they go for the line right now. Stevens, I think somebody does pick it up on the barriers. Oh, there goes Degenkolb, and Kittel also involved. Goodness me, it's a hellish lunge for the line right now. It's a Katusha rider as well that hits the floor. Chris Summer, I think it is. Oh my goodness, arms aloft. What a day, Sean. A complete and utter mess.
Yes, a total mess, and of course the sprint, totally different situation here as we see Kittel take it in the end. Something that the riders are not used to here, because losing their sprint, their sprinters, then the lead-out train was totally changed, and big confusion there we could see for everybody in the final kilometres.
Well, Christoph, it was for Katusha that lunged for the line, but you know what, Kittel had found himself in a very fortunate position. Kittel takes it just ahead of Alexander Kristoff at the line here. Well, what a day. There are going to be so many questions asked, I should say. Where the answers come from is anybody's guess. There's Matt Goss at the side of the road as well. Goodness me, so many of the big names were actually taken out of this. We had a huge deficit and we were scrambling. Apologies for that. Greipel with a technical. Matt Goss looked like he'd got one as well. Mark Cavendish avoided an accident that took down Peter Sagan. We had a coach trapped underneath the finish line, and in the end it was Marcel Kittel that delivered. But goodness me, how depleted was that field. Kittel edges Alexander Kristoff. Sean, I'm all out.
Yes, I think it was a situation for everybody. Organisation, riders, team directors, everybody was all out here in this final 10 kilometres. We could see David Miller very much up there to the front as well. I was trying to pick out the Garmin Sharp rider, and he put in a very good performance. So yes, big confusion for everybody here at the finish of the fourth stage.
You know what? I think they're going to have to give the 3 kilometre mark from the secondary called finish line, because believe me, the issue being that they changed the finish. They were at racing speed. They had an incident. You can't invoke the 3 kilometre ruling or push it back when you keep chopping and changing the line. That's my opinion. We'll see whether it sticks. Well. Sagan is brought in, but he is bruised and bowed. Amazing. What a day we have had here on the Tour de France. You know, we're moderately shaking our heads here because that was as near to a fiasco as you can get. One man's happy, Marcel Kittel. Well, Alexander Kristoff showed his massive form, but Kittel came up towards the barriers. Did a job, good boy for him. He's delighted. And in fact, he's our leader, don't forget. He'll be in the yellow jersey, but what a way to take it. And what a disaster for Sagan, for Greipel, for Cavendish, for Goss. Pick the bones out of that. Well, here is your finish line. For my money at that point, Alexander Kristoff was your man. Kittel lit it up, started to push on. Well, the first man to try and reach out and grab it was Terpstra. They still had men standing, Omega Pharma, but it was a complete mix-up towards the end. Kittel takes the line. Joy unbridled for him. Bottom left of your screen, I won't translate. Alexander Kristoff issues an oath, and I think many people will do so, and their ire may well be aimed at Orica Greenedge and their driver. Well, you wanted drama. I didn't expect it to be like that. You'll have to forgive us if we started to scrabble at the end there, because believe me, there was not much choice. Sean has been taken away from him, incidentally, but this was the end of today's run-in. Not quite going to see that. So we'll have confirmation of the result. There's a lot to be decided here by the race directors. And there is our eventual winner just being picked out for you, Marcel Kittel. Well, there are others that decided to have a good old push. Seth Van Mark was in there yet again for Belkin, just drifting off the back. And there he was. To my mind, I thought that Alexander Kristoff was going to do this for Katusha. Didn't quite happen for him. And in fact, Kittel just had the power. And in fact, I think it was the last 3 meters that he actually took this today. Well, wouldn't mind your thoughts. If you'd like to spare us a few of yours, then please do feel free to join us. But having the finish line chopped and changed really took a toll today on us, on the riders, and indeed on some of the favourites. Well, Matt Goss got a touch of wheels. It looks like right at the end it was a golden opportunity for him to do something special. And here comes Andre Greipel. Well, so much expected of him, and indeed of his team today. They did so much work, Ron and Belisol, not quite as much perhaps as Argus Shimano, who did get their reward. It was a technical issue for him. He wasn't caught up in the crash, but Andre Greipel coming in looking like a lonely figure here. And across the line he comes. Well, I don't think you'll see a day quite like that one, that's for sure. Thank goodness. So we're still waiting for an official announcement. Mike, if you're in Paris, your view on it, do you think they're going to have to give everyone the same time after amending the finish line? To my mind, that would be the fairest option.
Well, I have to say that with the amended finish line news, presumably having been given to the riders via their race radios from the director sportives in the car, they were racing for that finish. And under that circumstance, if a crash happens, within the 3K of that finish, then any rider delayed must be given the same time. I'm exactly with you. The reintroduction of the original finish line, once the coach had been removed, came after that crash, and therefore I don't think the commissaires have any choices. We look at the closing stages once again. I don't think the commissaires have any choice, in my view, like you, but to give them all the same time. We await that verdict with great interest, and should it go the other way, I'm sure that there will be appeals from a number of the teams whose lead sprinters were involved in that crash.
Thank you, Mike. I feel exactly the same way. You can't change your finish line. It was within the amended finish line that they crashed. This, well, a couple of big pickups with a knot along the way. Omega Farmer still had some legs. You saw Terpstra, Stevens getting involved. At this point, it was Alexander Kristoff that lit it up. Thought he was going to take it, but Kittel it was that came through on the line to take the day, albeit a depleted one in terms of star sprinters along the way. Well, you're going to have to wait to find out the condition report, particularly on Peter Sagan, who looked like he took a big hit in that tumble. Goodness gracious me. Well, the 100th Tour de France has finished the opening day, and I imagine a lot will be glad to see it behind them.